Muy buenos días a todos ustedes. Espero que estén teniendo una excelente mañana. Quiero que me digan, por el amor de Dios, la gente que está en el chat, se los ruego, por favor, me pueden escuchar todo bien. Pueden ver, estoy de vacaciones en algún lado y te la pelaste, el queridísimo Gustavo. Que Brian Martínez ya dijo que Bitcoin. Brian Martínez es una bestia, una absoluta bestia. Muy buenos días a todos ustedes. Estamos ante una locura de mercado, pero queremos bajarle al ruido, queremos poner atención. Hay muchas oportunidades por acá para todos nosotros, honestamente. Creo que todo el mundo simplemente está muy en el ruido y se está perdiendo de lo importante. Y es todo lo que quiero traerles a todos ustedes. Entonces, veo que me pueden escuchar, veo que nadie tiene problemas, no me han dicho nada. Vientos, vamos a empezar esto. Ok, se los he dicho mil veces, este es mi punto de vista. No los estoy intentando convencer de nada, simplemente es lo que me he dado cuenta. Mi forma de analizar, yo creo que un poco más de analizar solamente las tablas, analizar el mercado, me he dado cuenta que analizando momentos y gente en momentos es lo que me ha dado mejores resultados. ¿A qué me refiero con eso? Y es muy estúpido lo que les voy a decir, pero es lo que funciona para mí, ¿no? Es lo que me hizo vender iba a decir 3 meses porque era como la frase, pero ya van 4. Es lo que me hizo vender todas mis posiciones en el mercado. Empecé con mi mordida en Tesla, etcétera. Y fue simplemente leer a la gente, leer lo que dice la gente, el momento de la gente y cuánto le cree la gente, cuánto no, etcétera. Un ejemplo estúpido. Tom Brady en el fútbol americano. ¿Vas a dudar que el tío va a volver a hacer lo que tiene que hacer? Todo el mundo lo duda. Patrick Mahomes, ¿vas a dudar que el tío va a llegar a hacer lo que tiene que hacer? Todo el mundo lo duda. Y es impactante, ¿no? A cierto punto es naturaleza humana, no tiene nada de malo. Esto es lo que vimos con Elon Musk, por ejemplo. Con Elon Musk, no sé cuántos de ustedes se acuerden, porque tengo que preguntar eso porque yo creí que todos nos acordábamos de más cosas, pero veo, hay cosas que son importantes para algunos de nosotros, hay cosas que no son importantes, ¿no? Para todos nosotros, es muy individual. Pero Elon Musk en el 2022, me parece, o 23, cuando compró X, todo el mundo dijo que Elon Musk, el tío que creó los cohetes reciclables que vuelven a aterrizar, todo ese pedo, no iba a poder manejar una red social tan estúpida y básica como X y poderla hacer exitosa. ¿Eh? ¿Cuántos de ustedes se acuerdan de eso? Y en verdad, así, gente con la que yo, carnales, brothers, amigos, cisternas, ¿no? Todo. Todos eran de no, güey, vamos a ver. Ahí me caga cuando me dicen vamos a ver, me cagan los huevos. Es de, dime cuál es tu opinión, siéntate en ella, ¿no? Y después vemos. Pero si me dices, no creo que estés bien, y dices, ok, entonces quieres apostar al otro lado, no, vamos a ver. Qué convicción tienes. Perdón, esos son son mis problemas personales, de todas maneras. En fin, ¿por qué estoy contándoles esto? Porque Elon Musk nos dijo lo que iban a hacer. Quiero que entendamos una vez más, y yo sé que esto suena a disco repetido, damas y caballeros, pero no me preocupa, honestamente, ya. Vean lo relajado que estoy. Honestamente, ya me da absolutamente igual. Porque a fin de cuentas, lo único que quiero hacer es poder ayudar a los que lo puedan ver, si es que puedo, ¿no? Y si no, digo, también mínimo entretenerlos un rato. Así que, de todas maneras, vamos a ver lo que está pasando instantáneamente. Tenemos mercado en rojo, tenemos el Nasdaq que llegó a estar 20% abajo de su alto histórico el día de hoy en la precesión, y eso quiere decir que está en un mercado bajista. Ahora, ¿vas a considerar que estamos en un mercado bajista o no? Esa es cosa tuya, personalmente. Yo creo que sí, sobre todo cuando volteamos a ver los bonos. Y ahora la gente se está espantando. Los bonos están bajando. El bono, el rendimiento a 10 años está cayendo. ¿Qué está pasando? Es lo que querían, ¿no? Querían intereses bajos. Esos son intereses bajos. Están bajando naturalmente. Pero están bajando naturalmente porque estamos entrando en recesión. Correcto, correcto. ¿Por qué estamos entrando en recesión? Son esas tarifas del hombre naranja. Todo el mundo nos odia en Estados Unidos. La gente de Canadá ya no quiere venir a Estados Unidos y por eso han dejado de viajar a Estados Unidos 90% comparado con el año pasado. O esto puede ser muy controversial porque solamente existen todos los datos para probarlo. Así que tiene que ser controversial porque no estamos usando la narrativa que nos vendió CNN o Fox o CNBC o cualquiera de esos sitios web, ¿no? Pero los canadienses, aunque todos no lo crean, yo sé que esto es una de esas cosas que van a costar trabajo entender. No toda la gente en Canadá se juntó, se agarraron de las manos y dijeron, Trump es muy malo, vamos a ir contra él, no vamos a viajar a Estados Unidos. No. Lo que está pasando es que en los últimos años la economía de Canadá ha sido destruida. Están en una inflación brutal. El sector de las casas es un desastre. Toda su producción de absolutamente todo es un desastre, producción energética, producción de todo. Y no nada más eso, su moneda se ha devaluado una cantidad brutal. Desde el 2008 no ha dejado de bajar y sobre todo se ha acelerado últimamente. Por eso los canadienses no están viajando a Estados Unidos. Pero es la guerra de aranceles, carnal. Es que eso es lo que está pasando. Todo el mundo está muy enojado con Estados Unidos y la guerra de aranceles está ganando la guerra de aranceles. O sea, por el puto amor de Dios. Y todos los países están usando esto como escudo de su mala gestión en todos estos años. Ahora que Estados Unidos está cambiando el modelo a, vamos a ver lo que van a traernos, porque personalmente no lo entiendo todavía, es bastante lejos, pero estamos cambiando el modelo económico y eso tiene que cambiar el modelo económico de todo el mundo que está parado encima de nuestra base, que ese es el dólar, señores. Es bastante sencillo de entender, ¿ok? Ahora, rápido, para llegar, yo quiero llegar simplemente a que entiendan lo que estoy viendo para que estén preparados. Vamos a ir a un futuro muy pronto, y no sé qué tan rápido vaya a ser, pero va a ser mucho más rápido de lo que la gente piensa, con automatización al 100%, ¿ok? En este bajón, lo que yo voy a hacer es voy a comprar todas las jugadas de inteligencia artificial y robótica. ¿Por qué? China y Estados Unidos han estado compitiendo globalmente ¿por cuánto tiempo? Bastante. Y Estados Unidos se enfocó en tecnología, vieron que estábamos haciendo mucho más dinero y nos pudimos encargar de crear deflación y una mejor condiciones de vida, abundancia, a través de apoyarnos de China. Una vez que nos dimos cuenta que China estaba brutalmente ya en otro nivel, amarrada de toda la economía, básicamente enganchada de toda la economía global, una vez que eso pasó, y China además empezó a competir en el sector de películas, TikTok, la tecnología y automatización, inteligencia artificial, coches. Una vez que China llegó a este nivel, Estados Unidos dijo, ok, brother, vamos a darle. Y lo que está haciendo Estados Unidos, esto es bastante sencillo de entender para todos, entendemos que somos mejor en tecnología, o mínimo que tenemos empresas más grandes que los chinos en este momento. Entendemos que tenemos mejores empresas de inteligencia artificial, o mínimo es lo que pensamos, o es donde estamos hasta el momento. ¿Qué es lo que no tenemos? Control sobre nuestro bloque para producción. ¿Lo podemos hacer? No, no podemos si es el 2010. No, no podemos si es el 2015. No, todavía no podemos si es el 2020. ¿Por qué no podemos competir? Porque nuestros salarios son muy grandes. La calidad de vida de un americano es mucho mejor comparada con cualquiera. Si una persona en México promedio ganara lo que gana en México y viene a vivir a Estados Unidos, no le alcanzaría para un burrito de desayuno en la mañana. Es una mamada la diferencia de costos y la cantidad de dinero que tiene un ciudadano americano comparado con el resto del mundo en su nivel de gasto, básicamente, o de ingresos, si lo quieres ver así, porcentualmente hablando, relativo ya estoy diciendo muchas pendejadas que no importan. Ok, entonces, si nosotros fuéramos a competir con China en el pasado, tendríamos una inflación y unos costos brutales en todos nuestros productos. No es muy difícil de entender eso porque la mano de obra es un dolor de huevos en Estados Unidos, no solamente por el costo, porque también el empleado, güey, hoy te voy a demandar, brother, me volteaste a ver feo. Ok, chido. Entonces, es una mamada. Pero ahora tenemos algo divino. Se llama automatización, se llaman robots, se llama inteligencia artificial entrando al sistema y volviéndola más eficiente. Aquí es donde Estados Unidos puede competir. Cuando Peter Schiff se voltea y empieza a platicar, nosotros no podemos empezar a vender cosas de Estados Unidos porque simplemente costarían mucho. Es porque no entiende lo cerca que estamos de automatización total, en mi opinión. Cuando todo el mundo se queja de todo, ya me di cuenta, es porque nadie quiere ver para adelante, porque todo el mundo dice que Elon Musk no va a poder y ahora no se trata de Elon Musk esto, es simplemente sentido común, es todo, es literalmente todo. Pero se trata de, no hay sentido común. Cuando le dices a la gente, güey, X va a hacer esto, bla, bla, bla. No, ¿cómo? Elon Musk no va a poder nada. Güey, ¿has visto todo lo que ha hecho el güey? Vamos a ignorar todo eso. solamente por, no sé por qué sea, pero entonces todo el mundo decide ignorarlo. Y ahora, ¿por qué les digo esto? Déjenme, les invito y ahorita vamos con el buen Farhan. Farhan, I see you. I'll bring you in a second. Just mansplaining a couple things. Aquí está. El 12 de febrero, así que si todavía hubieran estado acá, el 12 de febrero, Elon Musk vino y nos dijo, o sea, todavía el 12 de febrero el mercado estaba bastante alto comparado con donde está hoy, ¿no? ¿Estamos de acuerdo? Y esto es lo que nos dice Elon Musk. As it becomes clear that Doge is working, como se vuelva más claro que Doge está funcionando, el departamento que reduce gasto de gobierno, no sé por qué estoy viendo a la luz directo, felicidades Alejandro, you will see long-term Treasury bills yield fall, ¿ok? Vas a ver el retorno de los bonos de larga duración como el de 10 años caer. ¿Alguien sabe lo que está pasando ahorita? Ok, bueno, no vamos a llegar a eso. Eso quiere decir, cuando veamos el efecto de lo que está causando Doge, cuando se empiece a notar, vamos a empezar a ver como correlación los bonos a largo plazo, su rendimiento caer. And all Americans will benefit from lower interest payments. Todos los americanos, ciudadanos americanos, se van a beneficiar de pagar menos intereses más bajos por esto, en sus casas, en sus negocios, en sus tarjetas de crédito y otros préstamos. ¿Ok? Los voy a llevar rápido al bono de 10 años. Voy a quitar mi pantalla esta rápido antes de traer a Farhan. ¿Ok? Tienen mi bono de 10 años, carnales. ¿Pueden ver lo que está pasando con el bono a 10 años o no? Está cayendo. ¿Ok? ¿Por qué? ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Está bajo el 4% ya. Recuerden que llegó acá arriba, hizo tope en el 4.7%, está abajo, llegamos abajo del 4% y ahorita estamos tradeando en 3.948% y va a dar continuación a la baja si estás viendo solamente técnicos. ¿Ok? ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Que una vez más, todo el mundo está ignorando que tenemos a Elon Musk trabajando para cambiar. No importa si crees que es para mejor, para peor, que es un hijo de puta, que no, es irrelevante. ¿Quieres hacer dinero? Desátate de todas estas conexiones con gente, con cosas, etcétera. Desátate de ellas, porque te van a meter el pie, porque la opinión pública la hacen para que la gente no entienda y esté confundida. Porque para mí fue bastante claro. Cuando veo que Elon Musk está retuiteando a Milei, está retuiteando a Nayib Bukele, está literalmente aplaudiendo el corte de gasto y lo que va a lograr. Elon Musk nos dice, no va a haber inflación para el 2026. Y todo el mundo se lo pasa por los huevos. Gracias. Me hacen ver como un puto genio. Soy el güey más pendejo del mundo. El que le pone atención a estas estupideces. Y esto es lo que funciona. Yo me mataba, ve el mercado y ve las dinámicas de la bolsa y de esto y del otro. Veo a Michael Saylor salir, es el tope de Bitcoin. Veo que está todo el mundo de no hay forma que el mercado baje, es el tope del mercado. Veo que sale Cathy Wood en la primera corrección a decirme que compre el dip. Sé que esto va a cocinarse para abajo. Veo que Peter Schiff está comparando Bitcoin con el oro y diciendo que el oro está mucho mejor que Bitcoin. Es el 2022, es un mercado bajista. ¿Cuándo va a ser? Y ahí les va. Ahí les va el regalo de toda la historia. ¿Ok? Ahí les va el regalo de toda la historia. ¿Saben cuándo vamos a tocar fondo? Hay dos cosas que van a pasar cuando vamos a tocar fondo y vamos a estar 20 días alrededor de esto, de estos dos eventos. Guárdalo. Hazme un clip, como los de hace 5 años que me ponían, que hasta ahora no han salido ningunos nuevos, pero hazme un clip. Guarda esto. Este mercado va a tocar fondo alrededor de 20 días de dos cosas. Una, y esto lo hemos platicado antes, cuando nos digan que estamos en una recesión, volteen para atrás y digan, hemos estado por 2 años y medio, 3. Algo así es lo que van a hacer. O irrelevante si nos dicen 2 años o 3. Simplemente cuando admitan y estamos en una recesión, 20 días, adelante o para atrás, el mercado va a tocar fondo. 20 días de ese anuncio. Y el siguiente, cuando Bill Ackman salga a llorar en la televisión, esto es en Estados Unidos un evento bastante normal, pasó con lo de los bancos, pasó en COVID, pasa todo el tiempo. Cuando Bill Ackman, el último jefe, salga a llorar en televisión y decir que alguien tiene que hacer algo porque la economía de Estados Unidos va a ser destruida, ese es el fondo. Se lo estoy dando gratis. Ahora, que técnicamente en dónde van a estar las tablas te da igual, güey. Es lo único que tienes que ver. Porque si lo único que me hizo cachar tope de Bitcoin es ¿cómo se llama? El gran Michael Saylor. Y lo que me hace cachar tope de mercado es que después de Bitcoin el mercado tiene que bajar. Y que me dice Elon Musk todas estas cosas. Y después veo que Cathie Wood me confirma que efectivamente es una caída de mercado. Y después que veo que Peter Schiff sale a decir lo mismo y me confirma que exactamente estamos en la misma dinámica de caída que ocurrió en el 2022. No sé si sea más grande o más chica, da igual. Es muy diferente. Es muy diferente. Y cuando voy a ver a Bill Ackman salir a decirme esto, se va a acabar. Todo en este planeta, en esta vida, es una repetición del pasado. Todo. Y no de un pasado distante, de un pasado cercano. Es la cosa que más me huele la cabeza. Y ahorita todo el mundo está en lo mismo de siempre, lo de las tarifas, carnal. Son las tarifas. Todo el mundo se volvió experto en tarifas. Todo el mundo, ya lo saben todos, toda la gente que ve las noticias. Yo no sé nada de tarifas. Digo, de aranceles, perdón, tarifas. De aranceles. Yo no sé nada de aranceles. Todo el mundo sabe mucho más que yo de aranceles porque han estado viendo CNN, Fox, NBC, han estado viendo a su youtuber favorito que no deja de hablar de estos aranceles. Pero si son expertos en aranceles y Donald Trump dijo desde el principio que los aranceles iban a venir, ¿por qué no sabían los efectos que iban a tener? No, es la volatilidad de la incertidumbre del mercado, Alejandro. Entonces, nadie vio lo que hizo Donald Trump del 2016 al 2020. Nadie se acordaba, una vez más, otro punto a la memoria corta. Nadie se acordaba de eso, ¿no? Ok. Entonces, ¿sabías que viene Donald Trump, que es literalmente un tuit acá, un tuit allá, y sube y baja todo? ¿Sabías que Donald Trump iba a abrir los aranceles a todo el mundo y lo hizo en su campaña y lo dijo de principio a fin? ¿Ok? ¿Sabías todo eso? ¿Y te comiste la caída de mercado? ¿Cómo? Si ya sabías qué son los aranceles. ¿Alguien, Tim Arancel, me puede explicar por qué el mercado continúa cayendo con los aranceles? Y ahora, lo más bonito de todo, cosas que me prueban instantáneamente que estoy en lo correcto. Ahí les va. Ahí les va. Tesla y Rivian continúan cayendo. Y todos los inversores que estaban de ya va a subir y está en el fondo y la chingada, ¿no? Todos ellos, les pregunto, ¿por qué está bajando Rivian o Tesla? No, son los aranceles. Con Rivian son los aranceles. Con Tesla es Elon Musk, ¿no? Que está de político. Ok. No tiene nada que ver con sus malas ventas de los dos y de todo el sector automotriz porque no hay dinero. No tiene que ver con eso. No nada más eso, los aranceles todavía ni siquiera se habían puesto en el primer cuarto del año y en los reportes de primer cuarto es cuando tienen estas caídas de consumo. ¿Me puede alguien explicar por qué entonces el mercado predijo que los aranceles iban a llegar? No, cayó, se llevó a Tesla entre las patas, pero también causó menos ventas de coches completamente hechos en Estados Unidos, que son Rivian y también Tesla. Y mucha gente va a decir, pero también hay aranceles en otras cosas para armar el coche, pero todavía no entraban en el primer cuarto. Este es el mercado más divertido de toda la historia, cabrones. El más divertido de toda la historia, no lo voy a negar, no se los voy a decir, estoy divirtiéndome bastante. Es todo lo que quería compartir. No caigan en las estupideces que les están contando. Si todo el mundo sabe que algo está causando un problema, eso es la distracción. El problema, para todos aquellos que no lo entiendan, el problema es bastante sencillo. Es muy difícil entender esto por el grado de corrupción que tenemos en Estados Unidos y también el hecho que tenemos el dólar como la base monetaria. Imagínate que en México, piénsenlo así, si eres de México, de Guatemala, de cualquier otro país, imagínate que a tus políticos le dieras el poder de crear la cantidad de dinero que quisieras y gastártela en lo que quieras. Imagínate lo que pasaría en tu país. Y si crees que en Estados Unidos nuestros políticos son más honorables o estás completamente perdido, ¿ok? ¿Qué es lo que ha pasado? Estados Unidos ha fingido, imagínate que Estados Unidos es una empresa, este ejemplo ya se los di. Estados Unidos, como empresa, ha dicho, yo vendo 6,000 trillones de dólares al año. Y nunca nadie se ha volteado a preguntarle, ¿pero los vendes o tú mismo estás imprimiendo tu propio dinero, dándoselo a gente para que te compres a ti mismo cosas? ¿Alguien entiende lo que acabo de decir? O sea, una vez más, yo soy el dueño de Tesla. Llevo 10 años en ventas y todos los años vendo $1 trillón. $1 trillón. todos los inversores están como locos, a huevo, voy a seguir metiéndole. El tío Salo y Tesla siguen haciendo $1 trillón anuales. Y este año salgo y les digo, carnales, la verdad es que mi familia es multitrillonaria. Mi familia estaba comprando la mitad de todos los vehículos que yo vendí en Tesla, por lo que nuestras ventas para adelante van a ser medio trillón, no $1 trillón. ¿Qué pasa con mis acciones? ¿Qué pasa con mis empleados? ¿Qué pasa con todo? ¿Qué pasa? Cuando de la nada ya yo mismo no puedo fondear mi propio gasto. Se cae. Es lo que está pasando en este momento. No tienen que pensar más allá de eso. Lo de las aranceles y todo eso es una estupidez gigantesca porque la mayor cantidad de gente nunca ha creado un producto y nunca ha creado un producto en países diferentes y lo ha importado, exportado. Hay muchos. Habrá más que habrán comercializado algún producto. Comercializar es, yo compro pantalones de China, le pongo mi etiqueta y se los mando a México diciendo que yo los hice. Eso es comercializar. Crear un producto es, voy a ir a Vietnam, voy a escoger telas veganas para hacer una mochila que me la armen unos vietnamitas, unos niñitos, ¿vale? Y eso, traerlos a Estados Unidos, ver cuánto me va a costar, etcétera, eso es comercio. Todo esto simplemente se tiene que ajustar a un nuevo paradigma. No es el fin del mundo, todo lo pueden hacer poco a poco. Además de que Trump desde el principio dijo, los aranceles no van a entrar así full effect, les da tiempo. Y es cierto cómo lo ha hecho y cómo lo ha hecho en el pasado. Nos dio tiempo a todos de poder voltear a todos lados y decir, ok, esto es lo que voy a hacer. Y ahora, una vez más, no soy experto en aranceles. Yo solamente he lidiado con negocios que han sido castigados con ello y he tenido que moverme alrededor de ellos. No soy un experto en aranceles, pero lo que sí sé es que es bastante fácil simplemente voltearte y hacer cosas en otro lugar. Y es así de sencillo. El mundo siempre se adapta a todo. Esto de la guerra de aranceles es solamente un gran espejismo para no admitir a Estados Unidos que, güey, estábamos imprimiendo el dinero que nos gastábamos en nosotros mismos y ya no lo podemos hacer. Eso es todo. Eso es todo. Vamos a hacer más dinero en este mercado delicioso. Aquí les traigo a Farhan, pero antes de empezar, como siempre, los quiero invitar a que se den una vuelta a nuestro Discord, que es absolutamente gratis en Elite Trading Academy. Dense una vuelta aquí al Discord. El enlace está aquí abajo. Ahorita se los pongo en X. Una mañana bastante movida acá en Palm Springs. Aquí están los análisis de Alex. Quiero asegurarme que lo puedan ver. No, no lo están viendo. Perfecto. Déjenme comparto la pantalla. Ahí está. Vénganse a nuestro Discord, que hagan, es completamente gratis. Aquí a la izquierda es tus menús, tienes el análisis de Alex, el análisis de Farhan, lo tienes por acá también. Tenemos nuestro chat general con... si eres trader y eres bueno o malo, estás aprendiendo, eres experto, cáele por acá. Bastante bueno siempre apoyarte de absolutamente toda esta gente, escuchar nuevas ideas, escuchar diferentes puntos de vista. Si necesitas aprender algo de lo que estamos platicando, tenemos nuestro criptolingo también acá para que hables español o en inglés para cualquier cosa que no quede claro de lo que estemos diciendo en este stream. También ven a compartir tus ganancias o pérdidas. Ha estado duro. Ha estado duro. Bien, 16 menos, 41 arriba. No sé, no puedo ver estos bien. Sí, 8,400, nada mal, tío. Es lo que ha estado pasando. Hemos estado imprimiendo bastante brutal. Todo mi viaje ahorita fue gratis por un trade. O sea, gracias. Gracias, Dios, por enseñarme las tablas. Gracias, gracias. También lo que necesiten por acá, aquí lo tenemos. Vengan a nuestros enlaces oficiales si quieren tradear con nosotros en BTCC, quieren tradear con nosotros en Blockfin, etcétera. Todos nuestros enlaces están acá. Y también les quiero mandar, si quieren venir a tradear futuros con nosotros, y futuros, obviamente, estoy hablando de lo que ven con nuestros exchanges en Bluffin o en BTCC. Próxima semana vamos a agregarles esto, pero, y déjenme lo pongo en español, por supuesto. Para todos ustedes, métanse en Tutos en nuestro sitio. Dense una vuelta a Tutos. Aquí abajo te metes en cómo tradear en Bluffin. 5 minutos, cabrón. Video gratis. Una vez más, no te cobramos nada por esto. 5 minutos, sabes cómo fondear tu cuenta, cómo operar, etcétera. Y también tienes el enlace aquí directo para que no te vean la cara y vayas derechito a Bluffin a abrir tu cuenta sin problema con el código de referidos de Elite Trading Academy para que puedas participar en todas las cosas que hacemos con la comunidad. Ahora, importante antes de que traiga a Farhan, una vez más, les voy a poner los enlaces de todo esto abajo. Importante, nunca les vamos a mandar un mensaje, no les vamos a pedir dinero, no les voy a decir que, ni tampoco Alex ni Farhan, que podemos hacer trades por ustedes, nunca. Todos esos son gente que los están estafando. Todo lo que vendemos está en nuestro sitio web. Y no hay, aunque no lo crean, no hay corrupción en el E-Trading Academy. No somos el gobierno de Estados Unidos, estamos aquí para pasarla bien, para disfrutar, para tradear nosotros. Y también, si ustedes quieren aprender al mismo paso que tu tío Salo ha estado aprendiendo, vengan a darse una vuelta. Ahí lo tienen. Farhan, good morning, sir. Wait, you're muted, sir. Of course. It's
Hey,
Friday.
fuck. Buenos dias, muchacho.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How about yourself? Last day in Florida.
Your last day in Florida. It's my last day in Palm Springs. You're going back to Mexico?
Yes, sir. Cancun.
Good for you. Good for you. Hey, what's been going on the market? I actually, in the last 10 minutes, I lost complete grip of reality. 83,100. Well, let's not go any further. Let's just do the Bitcoin analysis right now.
Let's get it.
Let me see. There you go. Oh, I need to remove. And you like how shiny this light makes me look? My nose is like unbelievably shiny.
A window in the background.
Good for you.
Might mess up or make me look like a silhouette. Okay, which one will I start with? I think I'm going to start with the 5-day untethered dominance.
Let's get it.
So first I'm going to make this HPDR disappear. And this is what I want to focus on right now on tethered dominance. Is if you notice on the 5-day, we have a fresh silver cross that just happened basically in the last maybe one or 2 days. And if you would notice, the last time that we had a silver cross to the upside on tethered dominance was right here, where we tapped the 200 SMA. This was in September of 2024. But if you were to see the more similarities between now and then, is where we are on the jewel is basically the exact same area, very, very similar area as it was right in this area when we had that silver cross where we tapped the 200 SMA. If you were to see where the 200 SMA is right now, it's right over here at 6.18%. That is from where we are as a 12.7% pump on tether, which at a minimum is going to equal 12%, probably more move to the downside on Bitcoin. If you look previously when we had a silver cross, it's been a while. Right over here, January of 2022. You guys remember what happened in January of 2022? Basically the start of the bear market. And from there, we went up 191.8%. And we had a bicycle in basically the same area right now on the jewel as we have as of this moment. Same area. Now let's switch to the 3-day. Which we just got a closure of.
Oh, so, nice. Did we get that silver cross?
Yeah, we were looking for that. It happened on the 5-day. 3-day already did it.
Oh, nice.
So we have this. Not only do we have a silver cross to the upside on tether, but we have solidly regained this 200 SMA. Before we had a deviation, one close above, immediately closed back below. Now we have 2 closes above this 200 SMA. So sure, this candle does look a little bit toppy, but as long as you're holding this 200 SMA, which was resistance now turned into support, you should get a move to the upside to this top meme line, which right now is just below that 6.18% target. Then if you were to see the last time that we were over this 200 SMA solidly, that was back in October of 2023, right before the United States setup broke out on Bitcoin, and we just went basically up only. So that 200 SMA is a very, very significant point. Let's go back down. Now, if you look at our momentum on the 3-day, we are freshly breaking back above the moving average with volatility coming from almost basically 0%. Let's look at where we had that last time where momentum freshly broke above the moving average with volatility that low, and that was from here, and this wasn't even as low with volatility, and this was in January of 2025. And from that point, we went up, where's January? Right here. We went up about 49% in tether dominance. Then if we were to look around as well, The jewel started to lose the sell signal, maintaining the bullish control zone and flipping back upwards. Let's mark this with a vertical line. This one isn't going to be as powerful because there was no sell signal.
Mm.
There. Yeah. Let's do it right there. This one didn't have a sell signal either, so it's not going to be as powerful.
That was like the last final capítulo. I mean, September 2022 was kind of like the bottom of everything was October 2022.
Yeah, very, very close. Yeah, one. No.
I love that I don't remember my anniversary or anything that's important or Vaughn's birthday, but man, I do remember the days when the bear market started.
Priorities. I guess we don't really have as many of these things. Let's see. Nope. This is sort of. That should be enough. This one was complete. Yeah, this one was a failure. This one only really went up 3%. Let's go later on. Where's the next one? This one was quite the win. About 47.5%. Immediately 27%, and then 46%. This one, not much. 4.8%. About 24.5% immediately, and then about 30%. And as of now, it's only about 0.5%. Take it that minimum number of about 5%. Brings you basically to this top meme line right here at 5.7%. Take it about that 25% number. Brings you to about high sixes, very close to that other meme line at 7%.
I have my meme line at 6.9% just for the culture, so you still hit it. And it's also very bias fitting.
Very, very, very bias fitting. The biases are touching tips.
Oh, I'm biasing all over the screen right now.
So much bias. On the weekly, we're also about to flip back into the bullish control zone on momentum, both volatility support, and we have a weekly pretty epic buy signal right here on the jewel, and it's happening very, very low within the jewel too.
Whoa.
So that should send us up pretty massively. Let's mark this with a vertical line and see whenever we had a jewel signal like this from this low.
I think it's a good time to remind everyone that these times, one more time, everyone's too focused, everyone's too distracted, really, not really focused. Cold storage of your shit. Don't put all of your money on exchanges, guys. On any exchange.
These guys can go bust at any moment.
Yeah.
Everything's going to be good until one day it's not.
And it's too late when it's not.
You have like basically minutes once the news breaks out to get your shit out. Alrighty. So 285% on Tether.
Damn. What a pump.
This one was about 36%.
Just a small 36%.
Very tranquilo. 156.69%.
Oh boy.
And from here, we've only seen a move up of about 27%. So if we do 160 something percent, that takes us to about 12% on Tether dominance. Have we ever? When's the last time we were anywhere near that high? Never.
So I was going to say
never
fucking
been-
never.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. You're starting to get the jewel
Holy
curving back
shit.
around, back into a buy signal on the monthly, and you're getting out of the bearish control zone now. Let's mark this with a vertical line, getting out of the bearish control zone with the buy signal.
No way, that doesn't exist right now. Has that happened before? If you tell me Luna, I think this is the lowest.
Nope, it's never happened before, ever.
Yeah. Fuck.
Huh. Oh, fuck. This is one example that I could give, not quite as powerful, but it'll work.
Guys, I just came to tell you that the tailwinds are strong right now. Okay, we might be ready. This is the bottom. Get on it. I know the market keeps dipping, but the tailwinds are strong in my asshole.
Thank you, Scott.
Yeah, you got it, Alejandro. All right, see you later. Gonna go to McLaren base. Bye.
Bye, Scott.
29.5%. And as of now, it only moved up 22.89%. Let's take it about 30%. Oh, wow. It takes you basically exactly in my meme line of 7%. Now let's turn the HPDR back on. And right now, the HPDR meme line brings you right exactly to that bottom 38.2%, about 5.8-ish%. Once you start closing over this 5.8-ish% number, you're going to have done something on the HPDR that you have not done since about April of 2022 and well into the bear market right before Luna happened. And that would give you a minimum target of hitting somewhere around this meme line in around 7% area. But more likely that you're going to go to somewhere around this 38.2%, which will change, but right now it's sitting just under 10%. And now on the monthly, momentum is breaking back out of the bearish control zone with volatility coming to a reset. The last time you had one of these moves was not really there, like around July of 2023. Then you also had it in February of 2022. Now switch back to Bitcoin. And now Bitcoin has given you several rejections of this median, which once you lose this 9 EMA solidly, like maybe get a daily close below around $80,000, very, very likely you would have a 61.8% chance of coming to this bottom 38.2%, which right now lines up with this 21 EMA right around $68,000, just below our 2021 cycle low. Very, very, very high probability you get some type of a bounce at this point. That bounce might even take you up to somewhere around $75,000, maybe $80,000. High probability you reject from there, and then you're going to keep coming down towards somewhere around this 55, which right now sits at around 47.5. And you've got a sell signal on the jewel currently, confirming bearish divergence. Drop below the pink. The minimum point, a drop zone at this point, is going to be somewhere around this edge of this bullish control zone, which lines up with quite the dump on Bitcoin before you get that bigger bounce that you would probably get somewhere around the 60s. Quarterly has the same idea, where you've gotten several rejections of the median, likely brings you back down towards somewhere around the 9 EMA first, and then towards the 38.2%. Right now, the 9 EMA sits right around $66,000, $67,000, lining up with our first major bounce zone towards somewhere around. I would expect it to bounce towards somewhere around the 5 EMA. That would be a conservative target, and that'd be somewhere around $75,000 to $76,000, and that's even pretty nice bounce. It's very tradable. That's like 15% to the upside. Then another dump ski towards that 38.2%. Probably the 21 EMA though. That sits at around $47,000. 2 weeks started to flip back around into bearish control zone, rejecting getting out with volatility still supporting it. And now you're getting quite the sell signal on the jewel where the pink is crossing below the yellow and it's happening all the way up here with a God mode signal. The last time that you had a God mode signal without the pink crossing below the yellow was fresh sell signal about May of 2024. And then with the pink crossing the yellow, that was in June of 2021. That was right before we had that 50, right when we had that 50 to 60% crash into $30,000 from the 60s. Time before that was in January of 2018. So basically, at least 50 to 60% crash, if not bear market.
I mean, the Nasdaq already today is down 20% from its highs, right? Like
So that's
we're
a
in a
textbook bear market.
Yes, sir. We're in a bear market. So now we can say it. Now you can say it with confidence. Don't worry about it. No one's going to yell at you. People are crying online, yes, but you'll be fine.
Yeah, the 9 on the weekly, the 9 crossing below 21, which usually gives you a dump ski towards the 55 at a minimum. And right now the 55 sits at right about $76,000. That $76,000 zone probably gives you a little bit of a bounce ski. I wouldn't expect that much though. I would ultimately expect it to come down to the 100, which is slowly rising. It's right now sitting at 64,000. And right now, what lines up with this momentum is starting to expand above the moving average, with volatility starting to contract. So, and very likely that bounce has already played out though, since we've came and retested that cross of the 9 and the 21. 5 days also flipped to the upside, breaking out of the bearish control zone, while volatility resets and the jewel's giving you a fresh sell signal. So very, very likely this is just a corrective bounce. And as of this moment, we've corrected basically to the 21 EMA and sharply rejected it. As long as it continues to close like this, we likely should maybe get one more tap of this 5 at around like 84s. But as long as it's rejecting that, you should continue to go to the 100 at around 71.
I will add to my short if we go back up there, sir. I'm ready.
The 2-day is trying to get back up on momentum, still below the moving average, while volatility resets on that time frame as well, and the jewel's giving you a fresh sell signal. Very likely this bounce has probably played out, and it's probably going to grind some type of consolidation phase right here before it drops lower. Daily right now is also flipped up on momentum, getting out of the bearish control zone while volatility resets. It's currently trying to hold this 38.2%. If it closes like this, you should get one more test of it, even if we're bullish, and that will be somewhere around 82.5. If you start to lose that 82.5 area, then this is going to start capitulating pretty hard to somewhere around 75 at first, maybe a bounce, and then probably lower at like 68. 4 hours flipping up as well on momentum, getting above the moving average, while volatility approaches somewhere around 0%. And now the 4 hours starting to give you a jewel buy signal within the bearish control zone, pretty close to getting out of the bearish control zone, but you do have the pink freshly crossing below the yellow. Very likely this is just going to be a correction. And considering we've tested the median and we're still below the median, it's likely that correction has already played out. This is what do you call it, the S&P. This is quite scary on the S&P, which is basically telling you also that we're in a bear market. You have confirmed many drives of bearish divergence on the quarterly. You have a signal on the jewel that every single time that you got this God mode sell signal, you had a correction down to this 21 EMA every single time without fail. But the hopium though is every time you went to that 21 EMA, you made new all-time highs from there. And you're also about to get volatility contraction on the S&P, which also lined up with the move towards that 21 EMA. Right now, that 21 EMA, however, sits at somewhere around 45 to 4,600. That's quite the dump ski from here. So even though we're probably hitting new all-time highs from there, first you got to go through that pain of correcting there. Unless you just sit on the sidelines, go all in around this zone, probably can't go wrong doing that. Because the S&P over enough time just literally just goes up and to the right. Quarterly has 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence still active on Bitcoin, very close to being invalidated. Will be invalidated with this close below 76,702, and that will also confirm 3 drives of bearish divergence, giving you a minimum target of that 21 EMA at right around $49,000 to $48,000. But first, you're going to get a bounce at the 9, which right now is sitting at around $67,000. Very bias fitting. Monthly has confirmed bearish divergence as well on the stochastic as well as the RSI, along with the dual bearish divergence, saying it's going to be active as long as you're closing below $95,150. Any tick below 76,700, and you're likely coming down to somewhere around 68 to 67. And monthly is giving you a volatility setup, but we'll mention that in a bit. 2 week as well is giving you mini drives of bearish divergence with that God mode dual signal, and you're getting a volatility setup. Any tick below 76,702, and like going to come down to somewhere around that 65, 66 area. Weekly currently has active hidden bullish divergence, and it will be active as long as you're closing below 76,702, and will be in the next tick up is going to be able to close over 88,800. That should take you somewhere around the $92,000 area, and very, very unlikely to happen at this point, though. What's more likely is that this bounce has played out, and you're likely going to invalidate that divergence.
That would be so sweet. So fucking sweet.
That'd be nice. 2-day has active 3 drives of hidden bearish divergence. Active as long as you're closing below $88,656. And next...
I'm sorry. No, I'm just laughing. Like, that's an insane number to get to.
Yeah, pretty high. And any tick below 76,702, and you're going to get first minimum a little bit of a bounce at 75s, and then probably 67s. See if it lines up. Oh, the bearish critical zone number is pretty low right now. Probably going to update, but right now it's sitting at 51.7. Daily currently has active many drives of bullish divergence, and it will be active as long as you're closing above 81,195. And the next move up is going to be a close above 88,656. That likely takes you up towards somewhere around that 91, 92-ish area. There. Switch momentum.
Wow, it's a morning line. Was that a morning line?
Morning line?
Hang on a second. Let me give you the visual. It kind of seemed like this.
Oh,
that's what it sounded like. That's.
I was taking a big stretch. All right, so monthly has that volatility setup that we had just mentioned, where volatility is dropping below 15%. And now when volatility expands, we have on the monthly 100% chance that price is going to move in direction of stochastic momentum. And right now, momentum is pointed to the downside below 106,200, which this number was previously 102. It went up by $4,000, and you have confirmed bearish divergence, which the last time you had this set up with the bearish divergence, the volatility and momentum being down was in right here, right before Luna. Nice. The quarterly momentum pivot went up significantly. This was around $48,000. This went up almost 100% to 93,000, and it's going to flip down on this quarterly close, very, very likely. 2 week is giving us that volatility setup. Same thing that we had right before Luna with bearish divergence and volatility all lined up. And we're pointed down below 101.5. Weekly is also getting a volatility setup with momentum currently to the downside of the derp of death below 91.8. Come on. 5 days, 5 days actually contracting now from its previous 5-day setup. That one is played out. Now we're going to be looking for another 5-day setup with volatility to come down below 15%. But right now, momentum is pointing down, freshly flipped down, and it will remain down as long as we're below 84,170. 2-day as well is giving us a fresh volatility setup with momentum starting to freshly turn down about to break into the bearish control zone and flip down as long as we close below 83,350. Daily is sort of to the downside right now. It's a volatility to the upside. It will flip up if we can close today below 82,500. So the bears got to break it down today.
Please. That'd be really nice.
Yeah, the bears got to not be cucks today.
Guys, don't be dicks. I also hate that when Nvidia gets underneath the SMA 200 for the first time and everyone's like, it's fucked. And then the next day it reclaims it. And then the next day it loses it. I feel like that's going to be the play right now with the NASDAQ. I hope I'm wrong in this one, specifically because of my bags.
Hopefully there's no chop and it just goes down. That'd be nice.
That'd be sweet as fuck.
I kind of feel like that's what Trump wants, so then he can get the rate cuts.
Dude, look at the 10-year yield return. Like, that's already like cut down. It's under 4%. Those are real interest rates. Like, this is what no one. Also, this is another thing no one really believes. It's not the Fed that dictates those rates. It's the market. If the market's bringing us to 4% under 4% on the 10-year yield, that affects mortgages, that affects car loans, everything. That means lower interest rates, whether the Fed wants it or not.
And right
remember,
now
I'm sorry. Go on. Never mind. It's fucking
no,
stupid.
you can finish.
I was saying, remember when the Fed during Biden, they lowered interest rates 3 times, but the interest rates went up. So, it's not I know that they've treated us lately like the Fed controls everything, but they don't, and they know. So we're getting our lower rates right now. It's just unfortunate how it's happening, but it is what it is.
Hey, whatever we can get to pump my bags, whether they be longs or shorts.
Absolutely.
So right now on the 4-hour, we are starting to flip up, and we are flipped to the upside at moments, and will remain up as long as we're closing above 81,980, so like $82,000. It's a little bit lower. 2 hours now first is starting to flip down, rejecting the critical zone, and it's going to flip down below 83,650. So right now, all of the high time frames on Bitcoin are still aligned to the downside. You have quarterly the pivot going up almost 100% towards I believe it was $93,000. You have the monthly flipping down on momentum, confirming bearish divergence on the Joule, on the stochastic, and the RSI, giving you a volatility setup, same one that we had right before the Luna collapse, and you're flipped down below $106,000, which did go up. You have the 2-week also giving you a volatility setup with confirmed bearish divergence. You have the weekly hidden bullish divergence, very close to being invalidated. Basically every single time frame you have tether dominance giving you a 5-day silver cross, which at a minimum gives you a 30% pump on tether, which in line gives you the same amount on Bitcoin. Every single time frame. The lower time frames were starting to flip momentum to the upside a little bit, but now it's looking like that bounce has played out, and looking like we're gonna probably dump from here. The confirmation for me is once we lose $81,100, probably going to capitulate, and the invalidation for all of this is getting a weekly close over 95,150, and then we probably go to new all-time highs. That's a very big if.
Very big if. I'm going to add Alex's screen right here, which, by the way, he looks great today, this morning. Look at him. My God, unbelievable. Hang on a second. Let me add this to the stage. Okay, so there you go. There you have it. Fuck, man. So it's looking interesting. It's looking very interesting right now at 82,570 some. This is my breakdown right here. You just need to lose that 82,231. Dude, we're gonna be so fucking golden. It's gonna be the greatest bear market of all time. Alejandro's gonna be short. He likes to short. He enjoys the shorting. He's a wonderful shorter. I've seen better, way better than him, but he's doing it right now.
Like me, for example, Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the best shorter. You've never met a better shorter. Although I'm at a towering 6'4".
Fucking incredible. Okay.
Dude's tall as fuck.
So this is what I was gonna say. I just wanted to show you while Alex comes back. We're at 3.9% right now on look at this. Look at this beautiful chart. We made this higher high up here. We had made this lower low than this one. This is the 10-year yield. This is the the standard for all lending right now, okay? And you're seeing it going to 3.9. If it's coming down from the top to here, now once it pierces 369% down, it's going to be epic. You're going to get all of the rate cuts that you want. That means you're fully in an economic downturn. Also, you have a weekly volatility setup pushing this shit hard to the downside, and he's just starting. Last time he did this was right here. So we're seeing the follow through on the move coming down. What does that mean? This means lower rates. Lower rates means people are putting their money in US Treasuries. So the narrative that everyone's falling right now for and following, which is the dollar's going to zero and it's going to disappear, wouldn't really make sense when people are flying into safety of the US dollar. The US dollar, the DXY, it's finding a lower low. I mean a higher low. You see, do you see it right here? Am I sharing that? The DXY. Yeah. Okay. So Dixie's finding a low, the next higher low to continue and then go up. And I think Dixie's going to break 114 and maybe go to 120. That's me being a little optimistic. Oh, 119. I'm sorry. I think 119 is very doable.
Very similar to 112 and then 120 after there.
Yeah, and this is just what tells you what's going on. You know, like it's exactly what we talked about. The dollar's going to skyrocket eventually. It needs to adjust down while the yields come down, and then we get the play that we wanted. Holy fuck, Rivian, he's at 1067. Coinbase, dude. That I knew we should have shorted Coinbase. Coinbase was such an easy one. I want to fucking kick myself in the dick for it. All right, whenever you're ready, sir, Mr. Alex. Share your screen and send it over. But
all right, so yeah, I'm gonna head to the airport and I will rejoin you guys once I get to the airport.
Right.
Maybe 30
what up,
minutes.
Boys?
Sounds good. Good morning, sir. Share that screen for the board when you get a chance.
Yeah, no, I'll whip it out right now. 1 second.
Yeah, well, the chart.
Of course.
Gotta make sure, dude, that we're on the same page here. You know, some weird shit happens online, and I don't want to be DD'd.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
What do you got for us?
Well, you know, I'm glad that we have an audience and people watching, because what we're seeing today is motherfuckers are talking about the decoupling of Bitcoin and the stock market. That is absolutely unequivocally absurd, and they always do this every few years, all the time. They always do this. I've just seen this so many times. It never happens that way. It's like when they do that with the Dixie. I mean, like, it just doesn't happen that way. When you have, like, let's just play some perspective here, right? Let's just figure out why we're so bearish right now. When you have ES1 doing this, completely nuking from support, not even holding it, you have to really wonder what the hell is going on here. Why isn't Bitcoin going down? In my opinion, Bitcoin should have broken down yesterday. I said this yesterday on stream. I said 1 to 2 days we're going to break down, most likely in Asia yesterday. In my opinion, that should have happened. Stocks broke down, did they not? I mean, even Apple yesterday was 10% down on the day, only to just be down another 4% today. So to me, it's like, you know, we should have broken down, in my opinion. Yeah, like, we just should have. We're not, and that's fine. So that means that today we're going to break down. There's no excuse, in my opinion, on why, you know, we're having the stock market make consistently new lows, right? We had a low here, a high, and we've just been consistently making new lows every day now while Bitcoin's ranging. So to me, it just seems like Bitcoin's playing, it's just lagging, and it's going to play catch up soon. Anyone who's short and surviving, and it will thrive, in my opinion. You're just ideally needing to survive. We're going to be liquidity grabbing. We're going to be getting high leverage traders out. Did mention this on Thursday. This is not the environment for high leverage trading. Now, I won't take my own advice, of course, absolutely not. But it's actually one of the worst environments for high leverage trading. This is the environment where you just go on a 5-10x and you sign off. You're positioned, you understand where we're going to go, and you just wait. When you're banging it on like 70x's, 50x's, 30x's, your timing has to be right. And if we don't immediately break down, you often then get liquidity grabbed. Bitcoin is in an interesting spot because on that big dump that we had, this big dump leaves big inefficiencies. We very well could have just rejected the 9 and then nuked. I wanted to do that personally. Bitcoin, needs to fill out some of this, which is perfectly fine. Go to the daily 21. I remember I talked about that a few days ago, where we're either going to go to the 9 or the 21. We went to both. So really nothing's changed on Bitcoin. We're still very, very, very positioned to break down. It just took a little bit more time because Bitcoin is like a POS that likes to get everyone convinced that it's not going to do something before it actually does it. Every single time it does this. So in my opinion, right now, we still have a rejection of the 21. We still have technically the bearish retest of that. We did talk about that if we did go up from here, the 21 will be where my place to short will be if we don't reject the 9. Now, we did reject the 9, but we had a nice liquidity grab, filled this out, this red dildo. This is why these candles are hard because, if you caught like the short around here, you're safe, 85s, 86, but you start playing here with high leverage and it becomes a little harder because, you could have even done this, gone to 200 and then dumped. Timing has to be impeccable if you're using high leverage. So Bitcoin's still looking very bearish to me. Stock market is absolutely unequivocally correcting now. ES1 is breaking my meme line that we had here. We're going now to 4,970. This is very, very significant to me because if we end up going to that level, this is going to play really well with our Bitcoin and crypto shorts. I personally didn't think that ES1 was going to, I didn't think that we were going to be like go that quickly down to, the low 5,000s. Like that's pretty insane to me. But we did, and we have. And so let me see here. I know we basically, stock shorts are being really nice lately. Crypto shorts are being really annoying. But I do think that, soon I'm going to get the follow through that we're seeing on stocks, right? Like we want this to be Bitcoin. I just should have max shorted ES1 and crypto. In stocks like I was in the beginning of the week because playing this on the short side is extremely easy compared to Bitcoin. Why do I say that? Well, even like if we look at the hourly, we essentially had right here is on the Discord when I posted ES1 probably nukes again. It's very simple based on an hourly shooting star deviation of the 9 leading to a new low on ES1 going down 3.75%. Like I could have played this, shorted this, had my stop here and made 3.7%. When you're getting these kind of bearish moves, that is really bad. That's like bearish AF. Bitcoin will follow. So I'm just mainly saying that first, just to let everyone understand that what we're seeing on Bitcoin is not the decoupling. It's not the strength. It's not Sailor was right. We're about to go to the moon. The boomer stocks are going to dump and my Bitcoins are going to go up. No, this shit's probably going to nuke way, way harder than stocks. And what we end up thinking is strength ends up just being weakness disguised as like a delay. In my experience, when you're in these environments where Bitcoin is ranging, which it is, we are just still caught in this range. You get these people talking about that, which then inherently causes them to scale longs. And then, when I said this on the Discord this morning, when you're having the ES1 down 4%, you're having the Dow Jones down 3.4%, NASDAQ down, or NDQ will say down 4.23%, Apple down 4.3% after being down 10% yesterday. And you really wonder, like, if your Bitcoin's going to do well or not, just wait. I promise you, there's no use for Bitcoin in the real world. Really, there's not yet, in my opinion. People aren't going to want to hold this if we're going into a recession. You can't feed your family with Bitcoin. It's like amazing. Yeah, it's true though. Like Bitcoin's amazing when we're like uber bullish, but when we're really bearish, people don't want it. It's bullshit. It's terrible. It's like, yeah, I don't want that piece of shit. I'd rather just buy like anything other than Bitcoin, which is why it will dump hard. Which is why I don't find it a coincidence that we are just really, honestly, in my opinion, just kind of bobbling around here, bobbling around, doing nothing. This is all intentional. Volatility on the daily is still firing off. Head and shoulders pattern still very valid. We are going to break down very, very, very soon. Very, very, very soon, in my opinion. This is gonna, if we start losing 82.2 to 82.5, you are going to probably in one candle go down to 73.6, 10%. Well, that can't happen, Alex. That's too crazy. Bro, Apple was down 10% yesterday. What are you talking about?
Yeah, a company that's worth $3 trillion.
My point. Yeah, exactly. Like, bro, Bitcoin can fucking dump all the way to 64 to 65s in one night. Like, that is so bad. We are seeing right now things in the market that I have never seen before. Now, I'm not too old, but I have honestly not seen this like bearishness in a very long time. I'll just say that. Very, very years it's been. Years. Like, years. This is very bad. These are like we're seeing the crackings of the global market starting to break. I know Europe stock market was down, Asia stock market was down, American stock market's down, and you're wondering if your cryptos are gonna do good. Come on,
What about my
that's
NFTs,
crazy.
Alex?
Not even a homeless person will want your NFTs when this shit does hit the. No one will want them. So, in my opinion, that's where we're at. I mean, if we go and view daily now I'll start my analysis. If we do it the daily here, what do we see? Well, it's actually telling us what we already know. Median is still heavily above price, pressing above the 38.2%. This probably breaks down very, very soon, in my opinion, probably within the next, probably before Asia, if not definitely in Asia. I will say that. I am getting max bearish vibes today on Bitcoin. And this not breaking down has really made this a gift for all of us because now we know, yes, markets are fucked. Bitcoin is not really doing much. This could just be making for the easiest, like swing short, low leverage. Let me just bang this on a 10x scale, 10x scale. My liquidation will be like here. Never will it get hit. I wait. We go down. I make money. It can be that simple. It's just when you start using a 75x like myself, you have to really manage your risk well. Bitcoin's going to break down today. I'm just going to say that again. If you aren't positioned, I would be really considering positioning on a Bitcoin short. I'd be really considering looking at lower time frames and playing this. In my opinion, that's just what I'm seeing, and that's just based on the fact that we have a head and shoulders pattern. We have a head and shoulders pattern being, let me show that on the 12-hour. It's more clear. Boom, boom, boom. I could even put this here, a little more obvious. Boom, 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 boom. Depends on what you want. This is going to play out. And I don't find it a coincidence that on the daily here, we're now actually testing the breakdown zone, breaking down, having the head and shoulders pattern. Next target being 78, 77,000. This is going to break down very soon. And I promise you all, when this does break down, it's going to be probably one of the most reddest things we've seen across the board. It's going to outperform Apple. It's going to outperform ES1. It's going to definitely outperform NASDAQ to the downside. That's the point that we all need to bring home. This will outperform. Bulls are right to the downside. It does every single time. And when Bitcoin is eventually like here and down, yeah, and this happens in one hour, it's like, yeah, we definitely don't have, definitely wasn't a decoupling. Bitcoin, though, I will say, hopium now is that we just haven't taken out the low. Bulls will be using this 76,800 as your gauge of being wrong. So we can go as very close below that, as very close under it as we want. It's not until we break it where we'll get our capitulation. Now, that could easily mean that we literally just dump to that immediately, bobble around it, and then dump. In my opinion, if you were bullish, you have it one invalidation, and that's this low right here. This one, March 10th low is your invalidation. You essentially need Bitcoin not to take that out, to grind a higher low here, and for us to start moving up. That just doesn't seem very likely to me in this environment, but hey, that is bull hopium. Something like this, boom, 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 moves up, boom. Got like that little divergence here on that low, and then we go. I just don't think that's going to play out. I think personally, we're probably just going to, you know, this low is not going to hold. It's going to get taken out. Therefore, now we just have another weekly lower high confirmed. If this does become a weekly lower high, you now have an easier invalidation on your next shorts. So whenever we end up going back up, we know now that we don't want to break these wick highs. If we end up breaking and making a lower low, it's just plain trend. I hope my computer's not lagging.
A little bit your internet, I think. Yeah, you're now lagging more.
Oh, I did reset one. Yeah, I reset my other one. I'm going to connect to that right now. So I might, go quiet for like 10 seconds, 1 second.
All right, I'm going to add this. I'm going to add my screen just. Well, everyone pretend you're not seeing what you're seeing on my screen. I'm all right, well, I don't fucking care. A friend of mine asked me to copy my trade, so I'm gonna give it to him so that he can be wrong with me. All right, 1 second. Alex is back. All right,
back in black, boys.
And move and move and add and change, and there you
go. Nice. Hopefully it's better. I am on the actual good Wi-Fi now.
Yeah.
So, you either start scaling shorts here, try to use like 85K as your invalidation, but be, cognizant of that is right around the daily median. So if you are scaling shorts here, honestly, just start scaling. Have your invalidation at like 87.5, maybe conservatively have it just slightly above the SMA 200, 86.7. Scale shorts here, in my opinion. Scale them really well. Have your invalidation, low leverage it now, please, low leverage it. I'll say this, and then our community will cause a short squeeze. Please low leverage it, please. But this, you can't really tell me is not looking like it's about to bigly break down. I mean, I'm either just a fool, or this is like literally the easiest money to short right now that I'm seeing personally. Because what we could have is like, we do get the daily close. We do get a rally up. I can bang an Academy short here. What was major support is going to be flipped into major resistance. And then that should nuke us down to at minimum to 73s, maximum 69,000 before we get some kind of reaction. It could look like this. Boom, boom, higher low on the lower time frames, push up. We come all the way back up, form a lower high, and then dump. You can see that, right? Boom, boom, lower low, lower high, dump. Could be that simple. In my opinion, though, if this is the next weekly lower high, that at least makes it really easy for us to gauge our shorts into possibly the next 1 week or 2 weeks. Because if this is the next lower high, then that means that we don't need to use up here anymore, like 91K. I know we didn't really use it, but we don't really need to look at 91K anymore. We can just basically look at 88,600 as the spot. That to me, it seems like the next lower high on the weekly. Lower high equals lower low, brewing a breakdown. So, yeah. Technically, on this weekly view too, I will say you reject the EMA 34. You do get the next target being the 100. So it's just more, in my opinion, a matter of when, not if. And yeah, I mean, bull's better. I mean, the hopium now is that maybe Bitcoin holds, maybe stocks get so sold down that they finally get their mean reversion bounce, and maybe Bitcoin then kind of goes green. But I mean, we also could have what we've seen before, which is stocks go green, Bitcoin goes red. Stocks go red, Bitcoin goes green. Could go that way as well, where then if we do get that mean reversion bounce on stocks, Bitcoin finally gets its dump. Stocks go up, Bitcoin goes down. While stocks go down, Bitcoin's ranging. So we're seeing a weird environment right now, but it is not really, it's not really the most, it's not the craziest, I guess. It makes a lot of sense. Okay, so we are now at support on the lower time frames. Notice that, bulls have tried to step in here. It makes sense. Like, this is a big spot. Bulls are going to try to defend this with their lives, because this is like the last before we capitulate. Even the 4 hour is pressing this breakdown zone. So now instead of the daily, you could have a 4 hour setup. Breaks down, rallies up, bearish retest, nuke, possible short here. With your invalidation, essentially right here at this high, 84.6, like I said. So we'll have to see. Well, I'm either massively wrong on this and Bitcoin's just going to be like, a little bitch and everything broke down and she didn't. And Alex was wrong. 73,000 never gets hit. And we just go to the moon from here. Or, we're actually just like really just making it worse for bulls. We're baiting them. A new narrative is taking place, which is Bitcoin is decoupling and, stocks and everything around it is absolutely dying, while Bitcoin is not. You have to really look at that as like, who's lying here? Boomers or fake magic internet money unicorn, leprechaun cash, Bitcoin? Probably, the leprechaun cash is lying.
Wait,
here.
You're telling me that Bitcoin investors are less prepared or technical savvy than the other ones, like the S&P 500 on market funds? Because, for example, the 10-year yield is taking a massive shit. And the 10-year yield taking a massive shit takes trillions of dollars, basically, for that to happen going into that sector. So this is just a delayed reaction, I think, on Bitcoin. It's playing it for basically for that narrative. When does that narrative come out, Alex? You said it comes out every couple of years, the one where Bitcoin is decoupling. It's not in a bull market, right?
No.
Okay. It's just like the market is kind of easier like that. Yeah,
it does.
exactly.
It always does in a bear market. For some reason, you'll always have these moments like right now. Like everyone listening to me needs to mentally note this right now. For when we do breakdown, this is just a trap for bulls. Now, we can easily range. We've hit support now. 82.2 to 82.5 is very important. We've been talking about this. It doesn't change. I mean, it is very important. It is. I mean, it held here. Like when I was calling the breakdown, it held here, unfortunately. So, excuse me. It is very important. We are just in this range, kind of. Support like 81.6, resistance 83.6. But then I could just draw like an easy mid-range here, like 82.5, 82.2. Is the spot. You want 82.2 to 82.5 to break, in my opinion. If we can do that, that'll start looking really good. So, we'll have to see what his hourly closes. I think we have also maybe a 4 hour. No, coming up. We probably have something else. Let me just see. 6, no. I'm not smart like Farin that just memorizes these off the top of my head. I have to just look and see if they close 5 hours. I used to be good when I was in Tucson, but Cancun time, daylight savings, yeah, get the fuck out of here. I can't remember this. So, yeah, I mean, the 3 hours, there's something. I just need to hit a time frame, boys, until it matches your bias. Yeah, I mean, we essentially went to the median. We'll have to see where this median shifts into the next 3 hours. It'll be actually really important to see that, because you see we're actually holding the median. Ideally want this to go up. Want us to reject the median and then break down. We'll see. 82.5 to 82.2 is the spot. I want to see bulls on this 3 hour not hold 82.5. We'll see. But, that's Bitcoin. Let me look at the 2 week again, because it is very important to talk about this. We are getting like in the midst of everything and all like the narratives and blah, blah, blah. And maybe the timing's been wrong. Like we are getting essentially major volatility setups. Like we are going to get a move here very, 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 very soon. Theoretically, it's going to happen. You have weekly BBWP reset. This is very significant. This and the monthly goes hand in hand. Whenever these two expand, you generally get macro macro moves, major moves that, you know, can be major bottoms leading to a major bull market, or major tops leading to a bear market. And then you get another setup and it just exasperates the move down, right? It's like we had a nice dumping action here in 2021. We had a nice pump. It really wasn't until volatility reset, or then we really started to see this go down a lot, like pumped up, cool, reset volatility, fired off here. And then at that point, you just started to really nuke. You know, even here, you didn't really have a volatility set up. This just reset it in the 2021 cycle high. This reset it, and then this gave us that final reset of the BBWP before that bear market moved down. Significant, because the monthly is still giving us a setup. I mean, we do still have monthly BBWP fully reset now. Hasn't occurred since the beginning of this. We really haven't seen BBWP reset since September of 2024. 2023, I mean, that's significant because that's when Bitcoin was at $30,000. You can see just the reaction on that expansion bodes really well for Bitcoin. I mean, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months of green. Then you had chop. Then you had 1, 2, 3 months of green up. So, I mean, like, you had multiple months of up only every month. Long profit. And when you're longing here, it's not like you're making mini profit. It's like you're like 2xing your account, 3xing. Like, these are like 5 to 8% moves. This one was literally a 43% move. So, like, you essentially, like, this is where in a bull market people make more money easier, because you just can't lose. Like, you just blindly long this candle. We didn't even have any like downside on this open, like barely any downside. Absolutely, it was just like opens up, immediate reaction, opens up, Bitcoin then goes down like $300-400, immediate reaction, opens up, no downside, immediate reaction. Like, that is why you like these volatility setups, because when they do start firing off, it's just straight to business. It's just like you're just going to get that trending move if you like it or not. It doesn't matter if too many shorts are stacking in, too many longs are stacking in. It doesn't matter. It's like once volatility confirms on this 2 week and the monthly, you don't stop. You really just don't stop. You even this monthly median, which is a major zone on any chart, didn't even really stop price action. We went down a little, formed a doji, held support. From this point, broke out. So, you know, it breaks out from that point or breaks down. Very important. So, you know, we're at the monthly 9. Again, makes sense that we're kind of holding around this zone at like 81,000, 82,000. This is just brewing a breakdown. This 9 is going to be a trap. Bulls are knowing that this is a very big level. This whole bull market, we haven't lost the monthly 9. Bulls know this. I mean, it's no surprise. It doesn't take a genius to see that. In my experience, when you get a monthly 9 that's holding like this, but we're looking very weak and we have 26 days left, this is a very prime to then say, for anyone scaling longs here, like if you were a bull, you'd be scaling longs at 9. It just has worked out this entire bull market. So why wouldn't you? It's not really until you just break down, where you just like go so far away from the 9 before it closes that you're just so broken down. We close, we get a rally up, we test the 9, we dump. It can be like that, in my opinion. So the monthly 9 still is above. We're still holding as support. It's going to be really major for bulls to actually, you know, hold this. If we hold it, then the hopium of a bear market, it's still, you know, it's hard to call a bear market on Bitcoin right now if we are still above the monthly 9. But with everything else that we've seen on the chart, you do have to really look at this as a questionable thing to hold. And if we're just going to go to the 21, which lines up with the 38.2%, which lines up with our HPDR setup that we have here, as long as you're under that median, which is now at 100K, you're going to get the next target being the 38.2%, which is now at 67,900, which lines up really nicely with the monthly 21, which you have to think of it like this. If a monthly 9 held us this strong for this long, you have to gauge the 21 as the next big spot for a bounce. That's why I do think once we do fulfill this prophecy of going down to the 67s, 69K for the culture, definitely could get a really big bounce from there. That bounce could give us an Amazon setup. Amazon had a really easy short setup. It's like all dictated on the monthly 9. Anything that loses the monthly 9 after it holds it for so long gives you a short setup. It's not rocket science. Now, on a monthly, so it depends on how bearish we are. We may not get immediate follow through. But what is a monthly Amazon setup? Well, it's one of my favorites, and this is the most easiest one, so I can bring it up. Monthly 9 held the entire bull market, similar to Bitcoin, had the bounce, nuked through it, went to the 21 almost, got a bounce, got that bounce, took us to the 9. What was major support needs to be looked at as major resistance. Opened a short, breaking down now. Amazon is now down from that monthly 9 retest, which happened yesterday or 2 days ago. Wow. I mean, that dumped 15%. Holy hell. That's actually crazy. I didn't know that. Wow. That's huge. That's big. That's so much money off of Tesla or off of Amazon. Holy crap.
A $3 trillion company, right? So
that's crazy. And we're even in a monthly breakdown now. So this tells you that if we do close the monthly anywhere under that 21, you could get out another short setup right here, and you'd have your stop here. So like, why am I bringing Amazon up? Well, because this is a short setup. And so Bitcoin, that's why, there's really no FOMO here. It's like Bitcoin is just kind of bobbling around the monthly 9. It definitely could be giving a short setup here soon, depending on if we lose it. Trying to get a clean chart. I need to really go through all my charts and clean this shit up sometimes because I have a lot going on. But this is clean. This is clean. I like this. This is very simple. We understand resistance. We understand the monthly 9. We understand it's been holding. We understand the range. So, we're just essentially just doing nothing until that point. Amazon's down 15% in a matter of a few days. It's crazy. That's crazy. It's always annoying when we get this environment because it's logic says Bitcoin should already be at 60Ks, in my opinion. It's just the fact that, bulls are trying to defend it, delaying the inevitable. I really believe that yesterday should have been the day we broke down. Them delaying this just makes it worse for them. Just in my opinion, it just makes it worse for them. It's really hard to be not bearish on Bitcoin when everything else is collapsing around it. Everything that's legit too. Bitcoin, is questionably legit. Stocks are really legit. There's a lot of money in that shit. So, I mean, it's crazy. Oil too. I'll just bring this up really fast. I see it. Oil is going to hit my $30 level eventually soon. We are going to get a short setup here. Now, I've been patient with this. I was patient. We tried to short this region. No, we tried to short here at the 76s. I remember it got stopped. I was getting roasted oil's going to be bullish, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, okay. This is what I knew was going to happen, but we just kind of messed up the stop loss. My stop was based here, should have been based here. Fine. So then I told everyone, well, we just need to wait now. We can't really short oil here. This is important. Oil potentially is going to give us an easy short setup for the Academy now, with also finally the 2-week firing off. This is very significant. Last occurrence of this led us all the way down to negative prices on oil. Same setup, literally same exact setup, boys. You have a 2-week SMA 200. You have even the same exact meme line that we rejected that then took us all the way down to negative prices on oil. So this is actually really exciting to me because within 7 days, this could confirm we bang nice little 2-week SMA 200 shorts. We have our stop here and we target $30, $26. I know Peter Brand even talked about 35 on oil incoming. I've been very, literally since last year, I've been saying this is going to happen. So it's really good to see that this is now potentially giving us that setup. It's very interesting to see that. I just wanted to mention it. Let's go to tether dominance because we're looking at Bitcoin, not oil, and it's like tether dominance is quite interesting to me. Something that to note, something Farhan brought up last night was that the 5 days very close to silver crossing will happen potentially within the next close. This is very significant. Each major silver cross has occurred to an entry level move. Let me explain what that is. So an entry level move is like, this is what takes you to trend in a certain way. 5-day silver cross to the downside, trended down very harshly. So that was here. And then right here, 5-day silver cross to the upside, trended up, right? That was like a nice bottom before going up bigly. We have a 5-day silver cross to the upside. So similar situation than what we saw here. And one thing to note about this 5-day silver cross is this occurred in a bear market right before. You had right before the bear market that silver cross, and then from that point, you went absolutely parabolic. And then that was it. I mean, I don't think there's been any other silver crosses to the upside. Let's see. Right here. There's one too. Silver cross. I think this was also right before the bear market.
Adding Farhan.
Oh, I'm backing on the report.
What? Oh, yeah. That's fine. I'm just going to mute you because the background sound is...
So it's what, 2? Is that 2 really? We've just seen 2 of these only, the upside.
Oh, yeah, that's what Farhan was saying. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like we've only seen 2 to the upside. Both occurrences were in the beginnings of a major bear market. So, use that however you want. I'm going to decipher that as, this is bearish as fuck. Like on crypto, we're about to dump, bro. I think we're in a bear market, honestly. We just need this weekly SMA 200 to confirm it. Confirm that it's go time. We're gonna then get those 3-4 months of red only. Once we start reclaiming back above that SMA 200 on the weekly, which I know I'm on the 5-day. Let me go to the weekly. We're on the same area. Oh, absolutely not around the same area. My apologies. So the weekly SMA 200 is very important. Why? Because when we lost it here and dumped, this was our whole bull market is under the SMA 200. It's really not until you're above it where then this is when we capitulated the 49s. Then this was our 100K move. And now we're pressing it again. So what are we either about to reject again? Or are we about to go bigly up? And bigly up will be determined if a weekly closes above that SMA 200. If and when that does occur, this will be my kind of nail in the coffin for crypto. Once this does occur, this should be major support. Next level will be closer to 6%, if not all the way at 6.4%, testing essentially that September 2024 high, wick high. It's very significant here. This whole thing is a major range. This is a lot of bullshit, right? The ultimate goal is to get back into the range. This is the range we want to hold, right? This was the range we like to hold, and it held very nicely for years. Lost it, broke down, trying to figure it out, trying to recover, lots of chop. That's why visually it'd be really important to get that double bottom W pattern up, waiting consolidation before a big breakout to the 8%. I mean, visually that just like looks really clean. Uptrended all the way up. Slingshot once that weekly SMA 200 reclaimed. Consolidate. Big move up to the 8%. At this point, we're testing levels we haven't tested since years. You have to be gauging this as potentially a rejection zone, if not just a range. So, it's like tether dominance is looking really good. Really, really good. Really good. I mean, even the weekly 38.2%, just, as long as we hold this zone, we could easily bull flag this, hold this support, bull flag, and just go up after that. It's very, very common in crypto to do something like that, where you bust up, you flag. This is the flagpole. You make your flag. You consolidate at a really important spot before making the next leg up. 9 and the 21 are about to cross. Just something to note. So, I mean, that's all really. It's very simple. Nothing's really changed. You're just watching the support, the zones, and you're watching to really see if tether dominance is going to keep holding the 9. If it keeps holding the 9, we're just in a tight range. It's like boom, boom. And this is why like the leverage trading is recommended to be on lower leverage because of this. This will be like, longs get screwed, shorts get screwed. Longs get screwed, shorts get screwed. Longs get shoot. It's just like that until we get follow through either down with the daily 9 breaking, or we breaking out and actually reclaiming above that 5.6% level.
I think I'm going to stick to, I think market reversal. If the indexes and everything closes on positive today, I would say we're going to hold here for a little bit on Bitcoin. But if today we do close red, the follow through will be through the weekend, and then Sunday will be the worst day.
Yeah, I agree with
That's
that statement.
the way I see it.
I agree with you on that. And like ES1's at a big spot.
Mm-hmm.
We need ES1 to not, I know we're at like the extreme ranges now, fine. But like we need ES1 not to lose this zone. This zone's important. This is like the last, this is like the equivalent of testing 73s on Bitcoin. This is like that last high we had before we kind of consolidated and went down in 2024. So on Bitcoin, this is like said that $73,000 level, in my opinion. It's very significant for ES1. Let me see here. So we're almost at previous cycle highs now, similar to like that 2021 cycle high on Bitcoin, 69K. So we'll just draw a meme line there, simply based on the cycle high. You always need to look at that. You see that's coming in, right around where that 2-week EMA 100 is. So essentially you're looking at ES1 now is potentially breaking down. You want it to essentially lose 5,330. If it can lose 5,330, it'll look really good. I do think now the Academy has shorts on these. I think this has actually gone to our full TP though. Maybe there's a TP3 here at like 5,000. But I mean, like if you shorted this and you caught a 10% move, well, 12% move, that's pretty good. So, my point being, we could bounce potentially. You are right on that. It just, in my opinion, will be dependent on if bulls defend the 5,330. Definitely could get bought up, makes a nice candle here, forms a higher low into maybe Sunday, boom, goes up. But I personally have to just look at this as a breakdown. And it's just not until you SFP it where we go up. It's very simple. Even here, broke down, closed below it, rallied up, rejected it, rallied up, rejected it. Now you had the EMA 100 here, which made it nicer. But the point being that this spot's pretty important. Here you see we rallied up, rejected it, came all the way down to 5,000. Slight rejection, higher low, broke out. This spot also really is like where we like to break out to. So it's a big spot on ES1. It's like you're going to see the hopium that Bitcoin's holding. Stocks are dumping. Stocks get the bounce. Bitcoin then gets the bounce. And then we go up. But really what we could see is maybe this bounces and then maybe Bitcoin starts playing catch up. We definitely could see that as well. Lots of gaps here. Boomers like their gaps filled. So, I mean, ties into like we already hit support. Pretty sure TP. I think this actually fully TP'd already, in my opinion. That's crazy. That's crazy. So I think the Academy is indices shorts are like fully TPing here. My point being on the Dow Jones, this is a big gap. Just so you guys know, like this is a
There's
pretty
some interesting relative strengths with corn not breaking down alongside this one.
Wait.
With what breaking down with what? Yeah, we couldn't hear you. You're gonna have to say this way louder.
There's some interesting relative strengths with corn not breaking down with the rest of the. It is nice.
Yeah, the relative strength. But this is why we're saying, right, that by the end of the session today, if the market doesn't turn around and closes green, then Bitcoin is faking strength, and then it should go fuck itself by the end of the weekend.
Seen this, Faran. You've seen this. The
Mhm,
decoupling
Mhm.
stocks. You've seen this, where like stocks are dumping, Bitcoin's holding. We are trying to short the breakdown. Little wrong on timing by like a hair. It's holding. It's holding. It's up like 0.3%. Not really anything, and then randomly out of the blue, it's down 15%. Like, and it plays catch up. I could be wrong on that totally, and I'll be wrong on this if like Bitcoin really does start to get back above 88,600. But until then, I mean, yes, Bitcoin is strong right now. Strong quotation marks. Yes, we're seeing a lot of people say that yes, the decoupling's here. Bitcoin is way stronger than stocks. This is it. Like this is what we've waited for. Institutional money supporting price. Blah 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 blah. But then you have everything else collapsing around it. You really do have to wonder if this is just like making, really giving us short opportunities. I mean, when I'm seeing Bitcoin green, everything literally red here, everything that's important, right? Like Apple, Tesla, Netflix, Dow Jones, NDQ, SPX, like everything is red. Bitcoin is slightly green. You know, I have to really look at this as like, huh, why? Why is that occurring? Is this really strength, or is this just like lagging effect, and this is giving us easy shorts when we already know that everything's in breakdown posturing? Now, to play into Alejandro's idea, though, yeah, I mean, stocks could bounce here for sure. We've done it. We've hit my levels. Like I was expecting Bitcoin to already be at 69s by the time this had played out, just in my opinion. So it is a little more trickier now, but you know, it's like until we actually do fulfill the bear prophecy on Bitcoin, I just have to be looking at this as more of like a trap scenario for Bitcoin, where people say like, well, it's not really breaking down, it's holding, it's bullish. Let me long this, and then you just in one candle go down. So we'll see, but yeah, I mean that's it. Really, it's very interesting. Let's look at VIX real fast. So remember, 60 is a spot. So 60 is a spot where generally once we go to 60, it's macro bottoms for the stock market. That worked out well in August. Worked out well, I believe, March 2020. Yeah. And anytime on the VIX you go above 60, it's generally a bottom. And that worked out well in 08, right? It's like you went up to 60. Bitcoin, I mean, VIX obviously like played around 60, but generally here was a good place to start buying. And then we had that dump, and then we had a bull market. So, you know, VIX is still looking really good, but I mean, I personally see this could easily go up to 60. Very, very easily could go to 60, in my opinion. And it's almost there. So, like, you know, we saw this last occurrence when we had the Japan carrier trade news when I was in Houston with Farhan. I remember this because Alejandro was luckily long on VIX somehow, some way. Beautiful.
That was the only time, yeah, that I nailed it.
Yeah, it was a beautiful trade. I remembered. I was like, damn, like he killed that. Because VIX literally like went up bigly. I think that that's going to happen again. I think that we easily could go up to 60. If you are liking TA, you could be using this high as like your gauge for a breakout. But I mean, even so, like 60 tap and then go down, don't take this high out. Cool. Could mark a bottom maybe across the board. But, you know, we just kind of like really bullish in this zone. Support did kind of hold here too. Like I'm always questionable with TA on the VIX, but I mean, it did kind of hold slightly here. So these ranges do work well. We can even see the rejection here. Breaking above that 32 gives you the next target being 60. 60 is where you want to pay attention because 60 is where, like I said, you generally do bottom on markets at 60. And you can just back test that yourself, go to VIX, put these, you know, verticals anytime it hits 60, see what that did to the stock market versus the VIX. And the last occurrence, March, or we'll do this one too, real quickly. So August of 2024, right? It was like, where was that? Jeez. Am I just stupid? Can I not find August? There it is. So it's here. This is on a monthly though, so let me go to a lower time frame so it matches what I'm saying better. My bias, of course. Here, VIX went to 60, stocks bottomed, you went up. So that's kind of the idea. Like when this does hit 60, it does bottom generally, at least locally, at least locally. Weekly on ES1, wow. I mean, SPX is losing the weekly EMA 100. What the heck? That's crazy. Damn. Trump is like really, or markets are just really, 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 really looking bad to me. I mean, yeah, we definitely could start going. It's like, yeah, 5,000 seems next to me. 34 on the monthly, and that does kind of line up with my next zone on ES1. So like maybe this is when we get our Bitcoin TP then. Maybe I thought it was going to be this move down to the 5,300. Maybe it's when we actually reject down and go to the 5,000s. I don't know. I just think like once ES1 goes under 5,100, you're going to start seeing a lot of panic ensue. I mean, it's not going to be good. 5,100 is the big spot. It's like 5,100 to 5,300. You start really losing that. I mean, it's just going to start looking bad. Really bad at that. I mean, could easily go to like 5,000, bounce, and then dump all the way to 4,000. Could literally go to 4,000. And then, you better pray to God that holds. March 2020, major dump here. Where was the VIX? March 2020. Right. Bottom. See my point? So kind of use some of these like things to say, okay, well, like, yes, we could bounce. Is markets close to a bottom? Kinda, yeah. But is it there yet? No, it definitely is not there yet. And with what we're seeing now on ES1 specifically, to me, it seems like this is ready to go down like what, another 5%? Let me see. Yeah, around 4 or 5%. I could have been cheeky and took it from current price action and had my bias match there. Yeah, like we definitely could go down another 5%. That's very interesting to me because, that's still a pretty meaty move on ES1 if we go down another 5%. That is kind of the spot you want to hold. If we don't hold that, yeah, you're probably then going to go like get a bounce at 4,600, which lines up with my mean line. But then at that point, it's like, yeah, 4,000 within the next 3 months, 4 months is brewing. That would be in a total of a 35% collapse from the top.
Can I quickly provide you with a little hopium?
Yes, please.
All right, 1 second. 1 hour chart Bitcoin. First of all, I love when consolidation goes up after a breakdown, because that is mostly going to continue to the downside, because this is like the easiest way of getting people that don't know shit to go like, oh, it's bullish, lower highs, higher lows,
Yeah, exactly.
This beautiful trend. It's a beautiful trend line. And I had set it up right here when I saw this candle. Then we had the dump. This is how we woke up, and bam. We're rejecting there.
That's kind of clean.
It's kind of clean. Just a little bearish hopium for everyone. There you go.
I'll take any kind of bearish hopium.
Inject it into my veins right now.
Please, I'm itching. I'm itching for it. No, it's like, okay, well, this move down would take you down 35% from the high. Last major move down on ES1 was about 35% from the high. It's interesting. This one is about 27%. Okay. Damn. 57%. Goddamn. Jesus.
Yeah. That's 2008 was insane, dude. Is it my internet? No, my internet's still working, right? You guys can hear me on the chat.
Yeah, I can hear you.
There you go. Okay. Thank you. It's just Alex. He looks like, if you saw the way that his screen froze, it looks like he's singing like a Justin Timberlake. That's the face he's
I
stuck
think it's
in.
internet. Gotcha. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna translate this Bitcoin analysis, and then we'll jump into something else because we already killed an hour and 15 minutes on this. While Alex comes back and we get our life together here at ETA. Ladies and gentlemen, this is by the way all that I'll be presenting, just a hopium for the bearish side. Go ahead, sir.
You guys have to excuse the music in the background.
Oh no, it's great. It's very relaxing. Thank you. You know what? I can taste up cheap panini from an airport with that music instantly. I can smell it too.
Cheap. You mean taste cheap, not cheap the price.
There you go, Alex.
Some bullshit.
Close it or
We mentioned it. I mean, ES1 is just close to a bottom. That was my point being. I mean, we've generally seen 27 to 35% moves down. Granted, on 08, we had a 54% move down, 57%. Kind of regret, being a child here, asking downtrends. Should have been max shorting that as a child, but whatever. Yeah, that's it. That's all I have, though. I mean, I can look at Bitcoin dominance really fast.
Mm-hmm.
Is this not loading now? Because Bitcoin dominance will pertain to alts, and alts are getting destroyed.
George is down bad today. He's Metallica playing outside of his apartment. Can the neighbors hear it?
Oh yeah. No, it's not looking good. I don't know what's going on, bro, but it's not looking good.
Must be the tariffs. Everyone knows about the tariffs. I saw it on TV. CNN, Fox. They all can't be just lying and telling me things that are not it, right? It's
no,
tariffs.
Of course. So I deleted my BBWP. I hate when I do that because now I have to re-add everything I had on. But it's fine. I like to meme line my BBWP. I like to get dirty with her. And
nice.
What I'm seeing on Bitcoin dominance here is we've had this regression here since 2021, where it's been basically marking pretty nice tops. Whenever we come up, it's like generally we do get some nice downside moves on Bitcoin dominance. Here we had a nice downside move, and then here we had some rejection. But what you'll notice is we're trying to break out this month into, on Bitcoin dominance on volatility. If this starts moving up, in my opinion, with Bitcoin dominance reclaiming the EMA 100, this is looking primed to go up to the 69% if we start reclaiming 63.75%. So you can be looking at it like this. Bears are going to try to reject us here and go down, back up to like the 9 on the monthly, and maybe form the next higher low. Or bulls are going to try to break us out, reclaim 63.75 and push us up to the 69% for the culture. This both scenarios, this scenario, it means that, maybe alts do give us more short setups. This scenario means that, we're just going to full on capitulate and dump on altcoins. Because I do believe this gap from 64s all the way to 70, 69%, this is your capitulation zone on altcoins. This move up will dump your alts 20, 30%. This move up will churn SOL from $100 to $85 real fast. So that's why if you are short on alts, which we've given a lot of shorts out for alts based on Bitcoin dominance, you should be watching this very closely of either rejecting here, deviating that EMA 100 on the monthly. If that deviates, I'm going to be kind of bearish at that point. Not a good sign. You don't want that to deviate. Even on the low data we have, I don't want that monthly EMA 100 to get lost. If it does, it could play into we're probably going to go and test closer to this zone here. But until then, this is looking really primed. Volatility is confirming it on the higher time frames. And, just more of a matter of just when is this going to do it? When is this going to break out? When is, Benjamin Cowan going to be mega bricked up? Well, I do think soon. I do think
No. Let me tell you something. That dude already has a semi-chub at the very least. At the very least, a semi-chub is already present in the chat.
No, I agree. How do you think he feels? Yes, people dog on him, but he's been calling for like this, and alts have just been getting nuked, and he just sits there and he's just been right, and he's not buying alts, and Bitcoin dominance is going to 69%, get screwed bulls, blah, blah, blah. So like, yeah, he calls these really well on Bitcoin dominance and alts. If you do like alts and alt season, you should watch him. He's great because he'll definitely tell you if this shit is going to be an alt season and why, and exactly why we're not going to be in an alt season and why this cycle is different. Don't know why people disregard him. It's actually quite smart. He's just
he's not a bull boy. Like
like a moon boy.
Yeah, that's what makes everyone like and this is something that I follow. For example, like I said, I'm not dogging on George. I love George. I think he's fun as fuck. Like I love seeing when he's drinking and talking about cars and all that shit on his chat. Awesome. He's a news guy, and most of these people, that's what they do. They talk. They're bullish. For some reason, they're not traders. They're mostly spot holders. And there's a culture of I want to hear good news about the thing that I bought and how it's going to go to the moon. And people love that. And the thing about Ben is he's just realistic. He's like, until you want to see, you want to buy Bitcoin until this happens. And it's like years away. And people hate that because they hate waiting. They hate, you know what I mean? So tailwinds ahead is always more popular than realistic. That's it.
Yeah, you're right on that. It's true. I mean, like, Crown and Ben, they're more just like actual teachers. They're very boring. Yeah. They're very, they're just boring. That's how teachers are. You're in a class, it's boring as fuck, but it's really knowledgeable. And if you're a nerd, it's actually quite entertaining. So, that's all I have really on crypto, though. Markets are dicey. Markets are interesting. Crypto is not easy right now, I will say. This little discrepancy on stocks and crypto is making it a little hard. It's making it a little hard, but, nice. I do think that as long as this doesn't go above like 80, like 85.6, you can even call it, I could move this a little actually. Like really, I want this above the SMA 200, just in case, right? If this then can just stay like this, you're really not doing much. If you notice here, you're just kind of consolidating under resistance. That's what you want for a breakdown. You want this kind of like consolidation, little liquidity grabs, right? Liquidity grab, took the stops out, whatever, fine. Boom, boom. In my opinion, this was a liquidity grab on the 4 hours. Some bullshit. Took out all the high leverage traders before. Hopefully we break down. We have a 4-hour shooting star or daily shooting star. So now you have an easy invalidation this actually working. You're technically supposed to have your stop here per the shooting star. That way, then any move up to here is all noise and you should be good. So per this candle, if you guys need an easy invalidation, where do I put my stop? I absolutely need to short this. I absolutely want to use low leverage so I can afford a higher stop. Where, Alex, is the best place to put my stop so I won't get liquidity grabbed? I know I'm 100% wrong. Where is that? Well, that is right around here. You essentially don't want this high to get taken out. This is the next top candle. So with that said, then it's like, on a 5X, this is a great trade. I mean, you're 5% or you're going to gain 18%. It's good RR. Little high on the risk here, but idea being once you do start losing 80s and you're at 78, 79, you could just set your stop break even. And you get potentially a free ride down. That's kind of the idea. Like once you get pre-positioned, the idea is you're just in such a good position. You have such good size that once these volatilities setups really do start firing off, you're just going to start really getting an easy move to print, just like bulls did for 2023, 2024, 2025. So I don't see what the difference would be. So that's interesting. This still looks very probable. So like today, I said yesterday, we have 2 days to break down, in my opinion. That's just what my bulls are telling me. Yesterday, in my opinion, it should have broken down. I'm not wrong. The market's wrong, guys. Come on. But no, it's fine. Didn't happen, but today is it. Like I feel it. Whenever big moves occur, I don't know why. Maybe it's because I've been watching Bitcoin all day. I just sound crazy. I literally like get uncomfortable, anxious. I can feel these moves coming. Like something big is really coming for Bitcoin. This is either a major bear trap, which I will be very like shocked if so, and that's part of the bear trap. And we just absolutely squeeze up $15,000. Or we're about to dump $15,000 down. I really do believe that. So I'm going to publicly say it. Something is making me very antsy. It's been happening since yesterday. You're really feeling like something big is about to happen on crypto. It's just more about timing it. It's going to be a little harder. That's why low leverage is your friend. Position on low leverage. Have your stop around 88, like this high here, 88,000. Low leverage it and just wait. Because I do think if what we're saying is true, shorting here before we go bear, I think is going to be smart. Like if we can just start opening shorts here, and here, and remember, we didn't just flip bearish here. We've been giving shorts out since 100,000. We gave out shorts here. I gave out another short at 98,000. I gave out another short at like 95,000, 89,000. Like we've been short as fuck from 100,000. This is just mercy shorts. This is like just, mercy shorts, freebie, easy money, but you generally should be already positioned around here at 100,000. Now it's going to be hard to hold it. I understand most won't, but I will just say that like, we're not just flipping bearish today. We've been very bearish for, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 weeks now. We've been just bear since Trump's inauguration. You guys can go back to stream. I said, is this it? Like I have to ask myself that, like, what, is Trump inaugurated? Is this it? Like, is the top in for crypto? We've never had a crypto president. Like, he's in. We got the liquidity grab. We got the big squeeze. We hit almost 110. Yeah, it's like maybe tailwind, Scott, but we literally said that when he got inaugurated, when we did put in like a major rejection on that day, me and Farin both said, was this it? Is this the top now? Like, we don't know. We don't really want to say it yet, but generally with those news and like when you have narratives like Trump being a crypto president, you're going to front run the fact that he's about to be the president. He gets inaugurated. We then absolutely pump up here to 100K. And then, it finally something, I forgot what it was. Like he took office. What was it? It was like actually inauguration, I think in January.
Yeah, January
I forgot
20th. Right? Or 6th. Either it's the 6th or the 20th. I can't remember.
The 20th.
Yeah.
No, I got yeah. So it's like, here's when he beat Kamala. Here's when he got inaugurated. It was like right around here in this zone here. This is when we started telling everyone, like, if we are going to go bear, this is it. Like, this was like buy the rumor, sell the news type of shit. So, it's haven't been just, only bearish now. We've been very bearish. I just think we're now at kind of final destination mode. We're like, finally, after weeks of like calling for 73,000, we're at 100K. Calling for 73,000 when we're shorting 96s. Calling for 73,000, we're shorting 90K. It's like, it's just taking a long time. But I just feel like that's just going to really make this payout even better for all of us. So like visually, you don't trade the 55. I don't. You should be soon heading down to that EMA 100. Very, very soon. This will be a magnet for price. That's just how my system works. You're under the 34, multiple closures. The 100's going to act like a magnet. This did work well here, right? It's like it just acted like a magnet here. Difference is that we wanted to go balls deep long here, and we missed it by like $2,000. I remember this. That is something you should mentally note, that the 5-day EMA 100 was so strong that it front ran it by $2,000 and then marked a major bottom. So then you have to then look at this as major support in confluence to the 2021 cycle high. So that's it. We'll see if I'm really wrong. We'll know. In my opinion, we'll know by by probably tomorrow morning. We'll know, in my opinion, or if maybe Monday stream. Yeah, Monday stream's a good criteria. Monday stream, we're either probably going to be TP'd here or probably going to be like in the 90s, in my opinion. Let's see if that's true. Probably we'll get clipped and we're just, ranging, doing nothing. But I really, I'm really, really good at understanding when we're about to get major moves. I'm just a little bad at the timing, which is fine. It's hard. But Bitcoin it's like literally a volcano about to erupt. The pressure's built up. It's there. It's something's brewing here. We'll see what today does and how today closes. But yeah, that's all I have. Watched basically the 5-day. As long as you are under the 5-day EMA 9, you're going to have a greater chance, a more statistical chance of going to the EMA 100. And that is at 71 to 69K. Getting to 69,000 needs to be your TP zone. 69,000 most likely does give us a bounce. This bounce could easily be like this, short-lived. You don't want to be the person that waited for this, gets greedy. We get the bounce. This bounce turns into something else. Next thing you know, you blink and we're already back at 84s, 83s again. Now we can't be talking about a move down because we already got it, and now we're back at that zone. Would be very bullish. That's why you need to be watching. You need to just be like locked in right now if you're short, because it literally could be like capitulates, taps, forms a higher low on a 3-minute, pumps. Like could literally be quick. And that's just based on the 2021 cycle high. This was a major spot for Bitcoin. You don't want this to get lost. If this gets lost, Bitcoin is Jover. I mean, that'll be it. That's like my criteria. Above the cycle high, there's hope. There's a lot of hope. We can easily like do this and then go up. Once you start losing the cycle high, it's like you're going to go to 48s. It's just going to take time. You're going to go to the 48s, 50K. This is a big range for a reason. It's because of this major inefficiency that we had here. This is great in a bull market, but then often these moves get fully unwind, and these are your bear market moves. And it's funny how that works, right? You make a bull market move, and then in a bear market, you do the bear market move. It's nice. It's easy. It's like as simple as it could get. So yeah, I mean, that's it. That's all I have. Boom, boom, boom. Now I'm looking at it. That's good. No, the head's too big. I was like, head and shoulders question mark, but now it needs to be more up. Head's too big. All right.
Well, the problem with the neck, you would have to have to drop basically to the 69, go back up to the 84, and then go fuck itself. Yeah. And then by the way, probably the target on that move would be like $2 at the end of the day because it's huge.
Yeah, good actually, or negative.
Beautiful rejection so far. Let us hope that we don't continue to see this go up here and let more people short, because now if it just like does this in this candle, that means it was trapping all these longs right here, eliminating all the shorts, and
yeah,
and now they all get
that candle to turn red. That candle turns red, start looking really good. Yep. That's clean though. I mean, that's a clean channel you have there. Simple but clean.
Super easy. Yeah.
And that could have made you money. And that's the point. Like when people are like overcomplicating trading, like that's why I say I'm short and hard, because it's just making fun of people. Oh God. I hate when people call me. That's why I say I'm short and hard, because like it's just making fun of people who are taking this too seriously. You literally drew a meme line on like a wick high rejection vertical. You could have shorted that and you would have been up. So it's just funny. It's just funny.
I like simple stuff. Come on, you're telling me about simplicity. I'm the guy that said the top is in because Michael Saylor was on a magazine cover. Like
that's like 100% hit rate, though. I mean, crypto bros on Forbes usually mark tops.
It's weird that see, it's a 100% hit rate, yet no one considered that was the top. Crazy. All righty, we got Tesla and Rivian coming up, my boys. So let's do this. Opportunity time. Where is my charts? Okay, here. Vamos a ver. Say it again.
I'll get Tesla.
I think it'll. Okay. Yeah, I'll do Tesla. I'll do Rivian.
Okay. I'm going to start right here. Voy a empezar acá. En la semanal, me gusta esta vela semanal que estamos viendo. ¿Saben qué? Vamos a empezar como siempre, trimestral, para todos ustedes, como de que no, darnos un poco de revuelo. ¿Qué es lo primero que estamos viendo? Uno, esta es una zona bastante importante, los 89,900. Una vez que caímos y rompimos a la baja, venimos a retestearla. Y ese es un retesteo bajista. Es un retesteo bajista en una trimestral. Todavía absolutamente nada ha pasado. Todo puede pasar. Faltan 2 meses, 27 días para cerrarla. El precio de Bitcoin en la trimestral, mínimo solamente viendo la tabla, la estructura, la formación de velas, etcétera. Podemos decir todos que esto está en una tendencia alcista, sin lugar a dudas. Si estamos solamente viendo esto, no hay nada que nos diga que vamos a ir para abajo. Es bastante sencillo. Ahora, voy a poner mis promedios. Puedes darte cuenta que tu promedio del 9 está en los 66,053. Tu promedio del 21 está en los $47,000 y 34,000 para el 34. Interesante. Voy a poner el del 5 rápido. El 5 está en 76,214. Es una zona bastante importante. ¿Por qué? Porque tiene confluencia con nuestro suelo acá. Y ahora, se me hace interesante, no tengo un canal vertical en medio de esto porque solamente tengo esto, pero aquí esto debería ser un punto importante para el precio. Si rompes 75,716 a la baja, tocas este EMA 5 y continúas, vas a ir a los 69,000 derechito. Esto puede ser un evento bastante potentemente rápido, ¿ok? Ahora, viendo Momentum nos está dando divergencias bajistas en la trimestral con una tercera posible divergencia oculta bajista, que quiere decir continuación presentándose en la tabla. ¿Qué nos dice eso? Eso nos dice sencillamente que vamos a ver probablemente la caída, bueno, en teoría debería ser la caída más potente que hemos visto en Bitcoin, pero igual y solamente son $10,000, ¿no? Pero mínimo nos pone una postura bajista en la trimestral también, porque recuerden, no solamente se trata de ver la formación de velas, no se trata de estos altos, tienes que estudiar momentum, volatilidad y precio para poder entender a dónde va esto. Volatilidad se está torciendo ya por fin en la trimestral, que toma bastante. Está yéndose de lado el 54%. Este había sido el cero de volatilidad más potente que vimos en la tabla de Bitcoin porque venimos del punto más bajo y ahora estamos subiendo por acá, pero estamos dándonos la vuelta. Eso nos dio este movimiento gigantesco hacia la alza. Entonces, esto ya jugó. Ahora lo que está jugando son estas deliciosas divergencias bajistas y la mensual nos va a contar una historia bastante presente. Ahora, la mensual, tenemos una vela topera, tenemos continuación y ahora estamos acá. Habíamos perdido el promedio del 5 en esta, lo intentamos retomar, lo perdimos, lo intentamos retomar, nos rechazó. Y lo que pueden ver por ahora es que literalmente está aguantándonos el promedio del 9. El promedio del 9 está en los 80,900, en los $81,000. En cuanto pierdas el promedio del 9 en la mensual acá, vas a tener ese super dumperoo a los 69,000, que tiene confluencia con nuestro 21, porque el promedio del 9 había aguantado todo este rally desde acá, desde octubre del 2023, el famoso setup de Hamas, nos pusimos por encima de la 9 y literalmente solamente hemos tocado y tomado liquidez por debajo de. Ahora hemos tomado liquidez por debajo de la 9, pero estamos perdiendo oficialmente nuestros 5 y ahora perdiendo el 9, eso nos debería de dar un movimiento brusco a los $69,000. Nice, si lo puedo decir yo mismo. O 73 también. Es importante entender, 73,700 es una zona bastante importante para el precio de Bitcoin. ¿Por qué? Porque tienes esta resistencia que ocurrió cuando llegamos a este punto. Solamente la tocamos 2 veces con estas velas y eso nos debería decir que ese es un punto bastante importante para el precio, donde yo esperaría ver un rebote o de no tener un rebote y continuar a la baja, ver que tiene muchísima fuerza a la baja el precio, mucha debilidad, si lo quieres poner así. Ok, eso dicho, vamos a la mensual. La mensual en volatilidad nos dice y se está yendo al punto más bajo de toda la historia. Todavía no nos da un cero oficial, no se ha ido bajo el 15%, pero nunca lo ha hecho antes. Así que no esperamos más de eso. Vamos a ver para dónde juega esto. En la mensual tenemos divergencia bajista. Estas divergencias bajistas son las que han acabado nuestros ciclos. Lo teníamos con, me parece que fue esta vela, esta fue la confirmación y creo que fue fácil de entenderlo y estamos viendo justamente esto jugar. Ahora, ¿dónde estamos mal? Si nos equivocamos, el promedio del 9 aguanta y en los $81,000 no caemos de ellos. Tienes una alta probabilidad de irte a los 86,000 una vez más o mínimo al tope de esta vela en los 88,470. 2 semanas. No, son 2 meses. Ahí va, otra vez. El error del siglo. 2 semanas y aquí ya... no, ¿saben qué? En la mensual también podemos poner HPDR porque tenemos bastantes datos. Solamente para que vean dónde estamos parados acá. La media de nuestro HPDR está aquí arriba en los 90,000, en los 89,900, lo que da más confluencia al poder de esto. Esto fue un rechazo que habíamos tenido en la mensual y ahora tenemos el rechazo y el movimiento a la baja. Perdiendo el 9 te da aún más confluencia que el 21 en los 66,900 o 69. La parte baja de la zona azul está en 66,865. Es el siguiente objetivo. Esta zona va a ser como un imán para el precio de Bitcoin y quien esté en corto y fuerte y lo pueda agarrar, va a ser bastante dinero. Esto va a ser un movimiento agresivo. Es lo que se ve, es lo que se ve y es lo que estamos viendo. Eso dicho, vamos a la de 2 semanas rápido. 2 semanas en Bitcoin, ya perdimos nos dio un adelanto de la mensual, perdemos la media, nos rechaza, perdemos la zona azul nos rechaza y ahora estamos siendo rechazados por el 50% y cayendo. Nuestro promedio del 21 está en 81,500. De perderlo, nuestro siguiente objetivo van a ser los 73,500. Una vez más, esa zona donde están nuestros altos antes de poder lograr ese movimiento agresivo a los $100,000, a la zona de los 90, $100,000, es justamente la correlación. Pero de fallar y no aguantarnos, tenemos aquí una vez más nuestro objetivo en 69, $70,000, que más y más nos está sonando y más o más nos está apareciendo por acá. 2 semanas también nos tiene ya un cero preparado de no volatilidad por debajo del 15%. En cuanto esto se voltee para arriba, vamos a ver para dónde está empujando momentum y el precio, porque eso nos dirá bastante bien qué es lo que va a pasar. Vámonos a la semanal y vamos a empezar a ver la volatilidad semanal. Volatilidad semanal ya nos dio un cero por acá. Esta volatilidad básicamente nos ha llevado un poco de lado a esto. No está oficialmente empujando nada a un solo lado. Entonces vamos a descartarla porque no nos está dando nada de información que sea importante. Pero ahora en la semanal que estás viendo, te aguantó tu línea en los 82,238 hasta ahora. Estamos siendo rechazados por el 61,8%. De ser rechazados también por el promedio del 34 en la semanal, más aparte del 61,8%, siguiente objetivo deberían de ser entre 76 y $75,000, que es donde está nuestro promedio del 55 y también nuestro 78,6%. De estar equivocados, lo único que tenemos que hacer es romper aquí a la alza nuestro promedio del 9 y empezar a cerrar arriba de $87,000 para poder saber que estamos equivocados en este movimiento y lo que estamos diciendo de ser bajistas, etcétera. Ok, nuestro 5 día. Nos está rechazando el 21 justamente antes de llegar a la media. Este es un pre-rechazo de la media y nos está tirando a la parte baja de la zona azul. Esto va a cerrar en 1 día y 9 horas. De perder los 81,690, vamos a tener un viaje gratuito primero al 61,8% en 75,520 y de no aguantar, deberíamos de tener nuestro siguiente viaje al promedio del 100, que está en los 71,326. Zona que nos sigue dando más y más confluencia para esos shorts tan deliciosos que tenemos preparados. 3 días. 3 días es importante porque tenemos a punto de pasar un cruce plateado. Esto es significante porque casi nunca pasa para la baja. Ha pasado 2 veces, me parece, en esta tabla. Y de darse, vamos a aprovechar el 9 y usarlo como el punto donde deberíamos de hacer short, y eso es en los 84,399. Sería la oportunidad dorada y tu invalidación está bastante cerca. Aunque esta vela coqueta, jodedora, te dijo que tu invalidación está en 88, esto es para que simplemente no te metas en corto, para que sea más difícil. Por lo que para mí eso me da todavía más elecciones bajistas. Perdiendo el 5, perdiendo el 9, perdiendo la media. Siguiente punto importante en nuestra tabla, además de nuestra línea meme de los 82,200, van a ser los 80,186. De perder esa zona, vamos a empezar a entrar en la posibilidad de ver los 70 una vez más, y 70 nos van a llevar a 76,500. 76,500 es donde perderíamos este huicazo. 76,500 a la baja nos deberían de llevar tranquilamente a los 74, 73, que es donde están nuestros altos, justamente acá en los 73,600 el ciclo pasado, y de no aguantar 69 es muy posible. Y ahí es donde pensamos nosotros que vamos a tener un rebote importante. Diaria, postura bajista. Tienes un shooting star acá, esta vela, rechazo de la media, y ahora habías bajado, habías subido a la media, tienes el rechazo de la media una vez más, pierdes el 5, pierdes el 9, y ahora lo que tiene que aguantarte en la diaria son los 82,642. De perderlos, vas a ir muy probablemente al 61.8%, que te ponen $80,000, y de perder los $80,000 ya te conté toda la escalerita de este desmadre. Volatilidad no nos dice nada, es uno de esos setups donde se sigue rompiendo. Se los voy a facilitar a todos ustedes con este gráfico que continúa con los mismos niveles, damas y caballeros, nada fuera de este mundo. Voy a eliminar esto sigue siendo un SFP en mi vista, pero es irrelevante. Voy a quitar mi promedio del 5 también, no les importa. ¿Qué estamos esperando? Ok, vamos a ponerlo esto diario, así se ve, ¿no? Están viendo el rango. Lo que cuando normalmente caes y Bitcoin está cayendo, este tipo de consolidación, mucha gente la consideraría alcista, ¿ok? Porque sería pues una bandera, una consolidación alcista porque va para arriba. Pero estas son mis favoritas bajistas. ¿Por qué? Porque normalmente cuando caes y va a ir el precio para arriba, pueden ver que consolida para abajo. ¿A quién le acaba de reventar la cabeza eso? Cuando caes, yo sé que mucha gente, yo sé que todos ustedes en teoría deberían de saber eso. Cae esto y consolidas para arriba, este es un truco. Este es un truco del mercado para que todo el mundo diga, ve, güey, estamos haciendo mínimos más altos, altos más altos. Pero en realidad no estás, porque no puedes pasar nada significativo. Y esto es una trampa perfecta para dar continuación a la baja. ¿Qué es lo que estamos esperando? Sencillo, que se rompan los 82,200. Una vez que rompamos los 82,200, que es esta línea meme, vamos a llevarnos los 80,000. Una vez que nos llevemos los 80,000, que están aquí abajo, aquí están, 80,000, una vez que nos lo llevemos, 76,000. De llevarnos los 76,000, 74,500 van a aparecer, 74,600, que son los altos del ciclo por acá, justamente antes de poder tener este breakout. Y si no te aguantan por ahí, 69,000 sería en el siguiente. Lo que nosotros esperamos o creemos que va a pasar es básicamente esto. Aquí la gente se va a poner muy bajista y esto podría dar un rebote importante que nos traiga tal vez o a esta zona o hasta esta zona para volver a darse otro giro a la baja potente. Tal vez ese rebote no exista. Por ahora lo que vamos a estar haciendo y por lo que tenemos eso presente en mente es porque esta zona para nosotros va a ser donde nos llevemos nuestro take profit, tu TP, ¿no? En tus cortos. Aquí es donde lo vamos a llevar. ¿Por qué? Porque si quieres que vas a ir a 50,000 de un putazo y esto no te va a botar para arriba, cada vez que tocamos un nivel importante vienen estas tomadas de liquidez, y luego pasa cuánto tiempo para que lo vuelvas a tomar. Creemos que eso es lo que estamos presenciando y queremos estar listo para ello. Automatiza tu trading, pon tus órdenes límite, pon tus TPs, pon tus stop losses, pon todo, cabrón, en la tabla para que no te vean la cara. Vamos rápido a la dominancia de Bitcoin, que es muy importante. Hemos estado platicando y pueden ver la potencia que lleva la dominancia de Bitcoin. Por ahora nos está rechazando nuestra resistencia meme, que viene de acá, acá, pero una vez que lo rompamos a la alza, esto va a ser agresivo. 64 va a ser nuestro siguiente objetivo, aunque ya estamos tomando la línea meme importante, y después también 67, y creemos que el 71% va a ser donde entre 67, 69 y 71 sea donde tope la dominancia de Bitcoin, continuando el sangrado de las altcoins. Además de eso, un segundo, en la diaria, era donde estaba, en la diaria habíamos tenido este setup de volatilidad con volatilidad nulo que nos llevó para acá arriba. Estén al pendiente de esto porque esto puede simplemente voltearse y continuar, y esta continuación nos puede llevar hasta esta zona y la que sigue. Y ya, básicamente, Bitcoin muy alcista. Sabemos que nos equivocamos en ser bajistas, llevándonos básicamente por la estructura de esta formación, de todo esto. Deberías de no poder romper los 88,822 a la alza, y es donde nos equivocamos. En realidad, ¿qué vamos a tomar nosotros en cuenta? No queremos recuperar el S&P 200. Si simplemente este fue el rechazo del S&P 200 y de ahí nos ha tirado, perfecto. Eso ahí, aquí es donde yo me saldría. Si veo que estoy en 86,500 retomando esto y chopeando, consolidando acá, ese es mi adiós. Mientras, continuamos, y cada oportunidad de subida es oportunidad de entrada para el corto, como lo tomamos. Les había enseñado lo que había puesto en la de una hora la tengo acá. Había dibujado algo sencillo. Me ayudan muchísimo cosas sencillitas para ver. Podemos ver que esto funcionó perfectamente en este uptrend. Nos hizo el fake out en el 200 y de ahí caímos. Y cayendo tienes que regresar ¿a dónde? A la escena donde hubo la ruptura. La escena donde hubo la ruptura más o menos está en los 83,860, que es donde está el promedio de los 200. ¿A dónde creen que fuimos hoy? A 86,360. Y eso nos tiró. Así que yo esperaría nueva vela de la hora. Esperaría que no pueda subir de los 83,656. Y esto ahorita choque en donde tenga que chocar, tal vez hasta el 100, y de ahí turbonuquear para abajo sería lo ideal. Y ahora, si no tienes ni fuerza para cruzar el 9 y el 21, bueno, RIP Bitcoin. Vale, vamos con Tesla o which one's next?
Tesla's next.
Tesla, bro.
Tesla. All
Yeah,
right,
let me share my screen.
please.
Yeah, you're gonna have to excuse that in the background. Nothing that I can do about it, and I hope they don't kick me out, or else I
That's
might
fine.
have to
Just
go and buy something else.
no. You're just gonna have to talk a little bit into your microphone, and that's it. As long as you. Oh, because you have your AirPods. All right, all good. We're there.
So Tesla on the forward. Like we had mentioned in the last stream, we had that loss of the 38.2%. We got a perfect back test of that 38.2%, and now we're getting basically expansion to the downside, losing this main line, and loss of this main line in middle range would bring you down to the bottom of the range. That would also be basically a retest of these quick lows, taking it down to the 97.5%, sitting to around 167 to $170. That's quite the dump squeeze right now. That is about 30% lower than where we are right now. There's a very, very high probability though that this area is going to give you a pretty significant bounce. One of the main reasons is because one, you're getting into your range lows, and two, because you're getting to 97.5% of the HPR. So very likely you do get a bounce from here. I would expect that bounce to go anywhere between like $180, maybe even all the way to like $200. I wouldn't expect it to get much higher than there. And if you get some type of straight wick to the upside, the maximum upside I would see is somewhere around this 21 EMA at around $218. Very high probability this is going to be your rejection zone. And then from there, you're probably going to come down to 55 EMA over time at around $108, $109. This level is going to rise, and the HPDR ranges are going to step down. And until they don't step down, you probably are not going to come down to this $100 level. This probably takes a good amount of time for this to grind out some type of consolidation pattern right here, or while these ranges can step down, and then you see that return does. I mean, validation of this right now, we're going to have an invalidation exposing above this 38%, and it's like high at around 800. If you can get back to those, then you get basically a free move to this about 38% or current all-time highs at around 400. Right now, moment to get to the downside on the 4 weeks of Wall Street is really close to getting there. Tonight, we're moving everything, but it hasn't moved. Last time we had this, remember this to the downside, actually, it's relatively finished. That was not here, not here, not here, right there. That was basically the exact count. We went from open to wick low of 71% to the downside. Getting finer down. Right here. That was once again. Gosh. We went down to 47%, 48%, pretty quickly too. This one here, which was a one candle, 40% to the downside. Let's just take 40% to the downside from here. It's a cheeky 40%. Brings us basically to our close of 228%. Let's see what that $160 area is going to be. So that's roughly 57 to 60% of it. And this one will again. Like this. So, yes, it takes 71% or 70% to get this. Basically, right down to that 55 EMA. Very interesting. Now the dual has lost its bicycle position to neutral. Let's check it. Last time when we switched from the bicycle to neutral, that's right here. At the same exact time, you only had that 70% move to the downside, which means that's 55. This would bring Tesla more than 50% in its market cap. And when Elon's had risk down quite a bit. It goes along with the divergency on the NASDAQ and the S&P 400. Monthly is about to lose 38.2% freshly too. That would bring us down to somewhere around the 100 EMA, which right now it's at about $175. Rather than that 160 area, maybe a little bit below its insane. This actually would be a very high probability long for a short-term bounce though. You would enter in somewhere around $165. Your stop would be this week low. You don't necessarily make that is risk. About 16.5% to the upside versus the play with TP would be somewhere around 30% to the upside. Not bad. Risk reward basically 2-to-1. Monthly
Yeah,
momentum
that'd be.
both entering into.
Now I was going to say that would be a great opportunity for like either a short-term bounce or to add to a long, like a long position for the long term.
And it would be more impressive to trade against the trend too. A little bit more difficult, but actually it's more impressive.
Yeah.
Right now, momentum in the monthly is about to enter into the bearish control zone with volatility just about to get expansion. But now the monthly was receiving the first sell signal on the June. This mark went on when we had a fresh sell signal on June in this area on the June, which is pretty high. This is within the bullish control zone. That first sources right there. That one right there. That one right there. That one right there. And we got two more. This one and this one. This one is something that I think we'll just do it. More examples better than it did give us something. This one, complete failure. This one bounced 109%. This one, how much percent did it go down? About 12%. Double digits or something. This one, more. Immediately about 25% and then 41. This one, immediately about close to 10%, bounced up a little bit, then down 25%, similar number before, then down 46, also similar number before. This one, 20%, similar number, it's 25. This one, 41% immediately, and then 71%. 41%. We had 4. As of now, we're down only 10.5%. So we take it somewhere around 20 to 25%. I think it's to about 200. And boy, I'm just curious what this is. Very interesting. 40% is right around 160. And we tell this into the 71% number is that's about $110. Come on. I guess that's $200. Okay. On the 2-week, we're getting very close to a short-term bounce on that. Those we're getting to 28% in momentum and of volatility, while we're getting to 97.5%. So I could see if you would have come one spot forward, somewhere around that 220 to 230 area. Very high probability for from up there. Maybe somewhere around like 240, 250. Still would expect that to reject and come down to this like 200. As it slowly rises from the casino and if you notice on the TV view, it says the spin crossing goes yellow, and then the blue can go there. That probably is going to go along with that frequency. Weekly is now pointing clearly agree. It's momentum sinking back down at 95%, volatility picking back up. And we're losing this 200 SMA and basically we're losing it pretty hard. If you would close this 200 SMA, that we probably faces down to around 65. Although this is going to take some time to play out because we're getting such a change range from HCBR, probably a few weeks before this steps down and then we replace it. 5 days also flipping back down to the resulting span. once again, they're like region with the exchange risks. So I would expect some consolidation with using a very balanced. Few days to bring back down, especially using the traditional first on strong volatility approaches 0%. And replacing back into the 2%. Right now, we are holding above the median, so that just tells us that we probably get that down to test the 38.2%, around like $255. Very high probability that's a projection, though. Probably from there, we're going to go towards 228 or so. Daily is now freshly placing into bearish closings, while volatility is supporting it, and we're getting continuation of this. Those we want to see. And the daily has now stepped down on the HCBR range, which is giving us enough to step down to fill this gap, and we get somewhere around that 200 as long as the $230 area. It's not really much of a catch. 4 hours in the 10 was the daily frequency of bearish controls and volatility supporting it. 4 hours are going to move to 5 signal and we're using 38.2%. High probability is that 220s to 230s. Let's switch to the RSL. Ding. Okay. Ding.
Everyone at the airport's like, what the fuck?
There's only one guy here at the
Just
cafe,
wait
and I think he's on
until-
FaceTime call.
Just wait until we start talking about the Hamas setups. Then that'll be good.
Well, I don't use that phrase anymore. Now I use the United States setup.
Exactly.
Oh, I-
Last time he was at an airport, he had to do it, and he was like, and then we have
Yeah.
I've learned. I'm not trying to end up on the do not fly list. On the
Good.
quarterly, we have currently active hidden bullish divergence on Tesla, and it is going to be active very close to that elevation. It's going to be active as long as we're closing above 217 dollars and 2 cents. And if that sales gets invalidated, we have a high, we have a higher high, we have a lower high on the RSI, giving us quarterly bearish divergence. And that would have a minimum target of hitting the bearish control zone, which right now tells you is impossible. Oh, it's not impossible, but it's giving you a very, very, very low number, which I think is unlikely. But it's at around $91. I mean, it would happen if we were to come down to this 55 EMA, it would be with the $90, just there on the list problem per side. Somewhere around 110, I think is pretty strong support, and that's only $20 support for 90. Maybe a liquidation wick to $90. I just don't see anything. I don't see price action staying under 100 for any long period of time. Weekly is now about to put in the third five bearish divergence as long as we close below $256.32. And right now, that would give us a target somewhere around 170s to 160s. 5-day candle is active to resolve to the lowest divergence. It will be invalidated if we close below $217, which then it takes 2 minutes. Daily is now but that is a bit fresh draw hidden bearish divergence, and it will confirm as long as it goes into like $360. Sounds that would give us a target of bearish control zone at 282 bucks. And 4 hours after the fresh drive bearish bearish divergence, which has been confirmed. It's going to be active as long as you're closing to like $276.30. And that will give you a target if it is a critical zone. If I'm clear like $158.50. So it's pretty close to it. Switch to another thing. Quarterly was not first been turning down. Rejecting getting we call it getting out of the bearish program, and it's mainly getting the bearish program and flip down and understood below 229 pounds. We're currently above that number, but we need to miss to the downside. So here's more probabilities that we're probably going to flow below that number. And last time we flipped down fresh on the quarterly was around right here in October of 2021. The time before that we turned down was in January of 2018. But if you notice this, it's a symbolic opium. We have lower lows on momentum, higher lows on price action, and we have possible hidden bullish divergence. And we would have that hidden bullish divergence as long as we're closing above this 100 and like that 20-ish, $115 area, which goes right along with that 35 EMA. And to confirm it right now, it's really difficult. You'd have to close above 430 cents. But at that point, it's very easy. That would be easy to generate on targets and rest. And 6 months is also to flip to the downside. It will flip up if you can close this period over $185, and it will reject getting out of the bullish control zone again right here. Although since it is flipped down, it makes you probabilistic that it probably does basically the downside. At the very least, you'll probably come down and test this once. Month was also flipped down with volatility starting to contract, rejecting the critical zone and scooped down below 446, 447. Almost twice what we are right now. 2 week is also due to the downside volatility contraction. There have been staff volatility from your point down, entering the bearish control on this military close. Weekly is technically to the downside, but we're above the pivot right now. It will flip up in the next 3 hours and 31 minutes if it goes above 236. Last time we freshly flipped up, it was back over here, and then we hit the lows and highs. So Bear's going to break it down today. 5 day is also sitting close to flipping up. It's currently to the downside, and it will flip up if you close above 230. And 2 days currently to the upside could also be contractions for longer closing above 230. And daily is freshly turning down with their protect, rejecting the critical zone and flip down the closer to the 270. While 4 hours also freshly turning down, rejecting the critical zone, getting out of the control zone, and it's going to be down as long as you see the 267. So your higher time frames on Tesla are starting to align to the downside. They're all being pretty slow targets. Your quarterly pivot is $230, and your 6 month pivot is around $193. Those both those numbers are very significant areas, because right now, based on the low time frames that are especially going down, it is likely that we're going to get somewhere around the $230 area to tap the quarterly pivot. But what makes it high probability to mention that area first is that we will intersect extreme areas in PDR and grid dimension. So it's likely get a down to 230s, maybe you get it like 265. High probability check there. If you fail to find that area, that's what's really going to break down and probably going to go somewhere around the low 100. I would be expecting that to be on lateral bottom and a very good opportunity to be able to get into Tesla. And that would also give you strong possibilities of getting bullish over the zones. This is going to take a good amount of time to play out. This whole hidden bullish divergence scenario plays out. Probably going to take like a year and a half, maybe 2 years to see it actually affect. But it is long-term price push. In the short term, it's pretty bearish. Likely looking like we're going to go into minimum 180 to 130 fail the whole area, it's probably going to go down to 106. In validation for all of this, though, it's closing a monthly, it's about 434 dollars. Closing a monthly over $440, and we're probably going to start to that and significant.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. After we got Tesla, please don't fall. I was about to add to my short. God damn. All right, whatever. Don't get greedy. it's impossible not to get greedy when things are going your way. It's fucking terrible. I hate my human nature.
Keep winning and calling shit and printing. It is hard to not get lost in the sauce.
Yeah. So
Trust me, I know.
the last thing I need is for the market to humble me. Okay, I'm humble. I'm really humble, market. Please don't humble me. I don't need to be humbled. Please don't humble my profits. Alrighty. Estamos viendo Tesla. Estoy viendo, quiero ver si están viéndolo. Sí, están viéndolo todos ustedes. Perfecto. Say that again.
I'm gonna run the restroom real quick. I'm gonna run the restroom real quick, but I'm gonna have to close my computer because I don't want to leave it here. I just need to.
Sounds good, G. Have a safe.
Yeah, peace out. Have a safe flight, brother.
Boom.
No, I'm coming back. I'm just gonna go to the restroom.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Well,
yeah,
I just
take your computer out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't want to leave your computer on the fucking desk right now at the airport. They're gonna steal it. You're in the US. No, you're in Florida. No, you're in Florida. They might steal it. So go to the bathroom. You gotta be prepared for all scenarios. Ok, estamos viendo Tesla, damas y caballeros. Tesla, una de mis compañías favoritas. Podemos por favor poner atención y decir que Tesla es muy parecido a Bitcoin. Todo el mundo cree, y esto es algo que tenemos que aprender todos en los que estamos invirtiendo en esto, y no lo digo que es parecido por retornos explosivos y nada. Es parecido a Bitcoin, que le gusta estar en el tope poco tiempo. Comparado con Meta y todos ellos que son como más básicamente consistentes y se quedan más por acá y hacen esto a más largo plazo, Tesla es pum, 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 ¿no? Lo pueden ver ahí en todo esto. ¿Por qué lo digo? Simplemente para cuando estén listos en el próximo ciclo, que vean números ridículos y empiecen a ver todas las señales que siempre nos da Tesla cuando está en el tope. Es muy importante poner atención a ellas porque no es algo que rápidamente se quede en el mismo lugar. Simplemente baja muchísimo. Le gusta irse hasta el tope y después caer potentemente, ¿ok? Entonces, es importante tenerlo anotado. Vale, estamos viendo la trimestral. Podemos ver que estamos creando buena estructura alcista todavía, básicamente muy al estilo Bitcoin, lo que estamos viendo. Más allá de eso, estoy pintando en toda mi tabla como imbécil. Pero tenemos volatilidad contrayendo una vez más, ya no tenemos absolutamente nada en esto. Lo que sí estamos viendo es que nosotros consideramos un mercado bajista cualquier vez que estás por debajo del 9. Estamos por debajo del 9, $256 es un punto muy importante para el precio, para poder cerrar esta vela trimestral, perdón. Faltan 2 meses y 27 días, así que siguiente objetivo deberían de ser los 218, que es más o menos la zona donde yo agregué a mi primera entrada a Tesla en este ciclo, que es ahora, o sea, en este Wicazo lo hice, con todo simplemente siendo completamente abierto. No estoy diciendo que me copien o no me interesa, no hago dinero con eso, simplemente es donde entré. Ese sería nuestro siguiente objetivo. Más allá de ese, tenemos nuestro promedio del 34 en los 178. Y quiero que notemos algo. El 34 nunca lo hemos roto para abajo. O sea, nunca hemos tenido un cierre por debajo del 34, por lo que el 34 para mí va a ser un punto de inflexión muy importante. El 55 está populando por primera vez y mucha gente dirá, se puede ir. Ya estoy escuchando a la gente que está diciendo que Tesla se va a 120 o a $100. No les puedo decir nada porque no hay garantías en este planeta, pero muy probablemente no. ¿Ok? Y ahora, yo qué sé, ¿no? Solamente compramos el fondo de esta chingadera y vendimos los topes. Bueno, el bueno fue el de Rivian. Me quedé a la mitad, pero todos ustedes que se quedaron bien. Aquí es lo que quiero que vean, que esto está en una clara tendencia, esto está repitiendo esto de cierta forma. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que tenemos? Habíamos tenido la caída a este nivel. Una vez que llegas acá, el rechazo te lleva acá te lleva acá, y puedes empezar a jugar en estos niveles, ¿ok? Pero estando ya acá, tu siguiente objetivo debe ser mínimo esto, en los 183. Y esto es a muy largo plazo, es una vela trimestral. Ahí lo tienen, listo, puesto, vamos. Mensualmente habíamos tenido una vela topera, tenemos follow through, caímos por debajo del promedio del 9, nos rechazó una vez más, nos rechazó una vez más, ahora nos rechazó el 21 y el 34. Siguiente objetivo es el 55 en esa zona de los 221, en esta línea meme amarilla que les estaba diciendo. Vemos que nuestro promedio del 100 está por aquí abajo y una vez más, nunca hemos cerrado. Alejandro, por el amor de Dios. Nunca hemos cerrado por debajo de nuestro promedio del 100, por lo que deberíamos de pensar que esta va a ser una resistencia importante. Ahora, no estoy diciendo que no lo pueda perforar, claro que lo puede perforar, pero pueden ver que es rápido. Así que si llegamos a ese escenario, un poco como lo que les estábamos platicando en Bitcoin, que si veo, mi corto está en súper verde, un segundo. Ok, perdón, creí que había sido un número más para abajo. Estoy en verde, pero no en súper. Ok, de vuelta a Tesla. En fin, nuestro siguiente objetivo va a ser por acá. ¿Qué es lo que estamos haciendo? ¿No? Viendo estructura, estamos haciendo altos más altos, bajos más altos y continuamos con esa misma tendencia. Y ahora, un bajo más alto puede ser hasta los $150. $142, arriba de 140. Este bajo no creo que nos llevemos de corbata, el que definitivamente no nos vamos a llevar jamás son los $100. Ahora, una de las cosas que más me gustan a mí personalmente cuando invierto y por qué estoy tan fijado en lo de los coches es, ¿qué es lo primero que vamos a ver en la televisión cuando estemos en una crisis? ¿Y quién se acuerda del 2021? Absolutamente nadie. Así que ahí les va, 2020. Ya, me gusta que ya ni les doy como la oportunidad de nada, ¿no? Ya instantáneamente los desacredito a todos. Es de, no se acuerdan, ok. En el 2020, mis estimados, para todos acá que vivimos en Estados Unidos, estábamos sentados en nuestra casita con la pandemita, todo súper sabroso, y en lo que todo caía, empezamos a ver comerciales con coches. Y estos comerciales era de, ven a la agencia de Ford, te damos el coche, casi casi te pagamos, te puedes tronar a la esposa del manager, no tienes que pagar nada por 6 meses, vamos a descontar el coche y además te lo vamos a pulir, limpiar, y estamos hablando del nepe, no del coche, cuando te lo lleves. Y eso fue lo que causó este tipo de explosiones, ¿ok? Lo primero ser castigado en una recesión también son los coches, porque es el artículo de valor más alto antes de las casas que primero vendes. Entonces, esto es nuestro primer castigo en una recesión. O en no lo llamemos recesión, porque mucha gente se va a pelear con eso, en un mercado bajista. Y cuando tenemos este mercado bajista, lo primero que todo el mundo dice, ya valió madres, es el fondo de los coches. Y ahí es donde todo sube. Así que lo primero que yo esperaría, si quiero invertir en algo, y es por eso que estoy una vez más invertido ya en Tesla, esperando mis entradas en... ¿Rivian entró hoy o no? Es más, ahorita voy a checar porque creo que sí llegó. Perdón, voy a ver esto rápido. Ok. Tesla, perdón. Un poco egoísta, pero tengo que hacer mi análisis también para mi dinero. Ahora, estamos acá cayendo. ¿Habías formado estructura alcista? Por supuesto, pero puedes perder tranquilamente el 55 y puedes tranquilamente venir a esta zona en los 182, que es una zona crítica para el movimiento. Me gustan las líneas verdes, son lo que uso donde el movimiento es expansivamente potente. Lo de en medio las líneas amarillas son el medio del canal, donde encontrarás fricción, pero no tanta como en las líneas verdes cuando el precio va para arriba o para abajo. ¿Ok? Esto debería en teoría de aguantar en los 170 y cacho, 170, si lo quieres poner hasta acá en los 177. Y de nuevo, puedes cerrar por abajo, no hay bronca, pero esta zona debería de aguantar si estoy en lo correcto. Y si no, los 140, y estoy preparado para ello. Lo que no estoy preparado es por si se va a hacer, pero no me importa. No me importaría en esa situación por varias razones que da igual. Vamos a ver el HPDR rápidamente. No tenemos nada en volatilidad. Volatilidad está súper, súper cansada y aparte bajando del promedio, por lo que está contrayendo. Tenemos ese gran rechazo de la media, ruptura del 38.2%. Hoy nos gustaría aguantar para esta vela mensual en los 240, perder los 240. Tu siguiente objetivo va a ser el 61.8%, que es donde está también nuestro promedio del 55, en esta zona, en los 227 a $222. No. 2 semanas. 2 semanas, una vela topera bastante triste, justamente por acá. Estas velas toperas importan más y más en mercados bajistas, señores. Yo creo que la prueba está acá en el tope de todo. Y aquí tienes otra vela topera, ya tuviste esta, te dio continuación, tienes esta, probablemente te va a dar consolidación y después más caída. Yo pondría bastante atención acá. Tu promedio del 100 va a ser crítico poder aguantar 231. Yo creo que este es un número bastante importante para todos acordarse, los que son alcistas en Tesla. Pierde 231 y vas a ir muy probablemente al siguiente nivel. Primero los 200, bueno, 216, después 200 y después los 183. Semanal, un poco de la repetición de justamente lo que habíamos visto. Tienes esta vela topera confirmaría esta vela topera y eso nos daría continuación a la baja por ahí de los 216 a $210, que es donde el HPDR se cansa. Y esto es lo que pasa cuando una acción es muy volátil. Por ahora no nos va a servir de nada. Pueden ver lo que está pasando acá. Venimos de este gran subidongo a altos históricos en los 488. Desde entonces hemos estado cayendo. Subimos, nos rechaza el 55, el 9, y de ahí nos rechaza el 100 y ahora el 200. El hecho que el S&P 200 en la semanal nos esté rechazando es para poner atención, porque ya tuviste una caída, 2, donde lo intentaste retomar y cerró bastante asqueroso. Luego tuviste esta mentira y ahora esto. Esto fue la semana pasada, esta es la semana en la que estás, que cierra hoy en 3 días, en 3 horas y 27 minutos, de cerrar tal cual como estás. Básicamente te estás sentenciando a tu siguiente objetivo, a llevarte a este mínimo o ver si aguanta en los 217 y si no los $216. Diaria, la de harina, Tesla lo está rechazando el promedio del 9. Pueden ver que en la diaria nuestro 200 ya nos rechazó y muy probablemente rechazó y ahora vamos para abajo haciendo la famosa, no es, iba a decir una mamada, pero no lo es. Cayendo por acá, definitivamente 2.35 en esta vela. Perder esos 2.35 nos va a llevar a esos 2.16 que hemos estado platicando una y otra vez. Entonces quiero simplificar a todos bastante fácil de cómo se ve en la diaria, sobre todo. ¿Eres alcista, carnal? Tienes que estar arriba de 268 primero y después de 268 tienes que retomar tu SMA. El del 100 en realidad, no el 200, el 100, porque una vez que perdiste el 100 tuviste la caída abrupta y eso está en 308. Entonces, 268 a 308. Lo que nosotros esperamos que vamos a ver es simplemente chopeo para después bajar, chopeo. Yo sé que todo el mundo quiere ver a Tesla caer rápido, pero no lo va a hacer. Esperaría que sí, honestamente, me gustaría estar mal en esto. Espero que esté mal, pero a Tesla le encanta hacer lo que Rivian. Te da las jugaditas de arriba, para abajo, arriba, para abajo, arriba, para abajo, y luego te da el movimiento real fuerte. Por eso les digo que es muy parecido a Bitcoin. Bastante divertido, honestamente, tradear Tesla. Somos nosotros bajistas, estamos por abajo del 9, estamos por debajo del 9 en la mensual. Estamos por debajo del 9 en la trimestral. Creo que estamos por debajo del 31 en la mensual, del 21 en Tesla. Sí, también del 34. No, esto está súper en mercado bajista. Además, también confirmando que nuestros índices están ya en un mercado bajista oficial. Lo quieras llamar así o no importa. Solamente digamos que yo soy un retrasado mental y esos son mis términos. Así que esto no debería de por qué encontrar fondo ahorita. El fondo lo tiene que encontrar Tesla y obviamente va a ser antes cuando anuncien las cosas que van a estar dando gratis y vean los descuentos pendejos en todos lados, etcétera. Así que por ahora todavía no hay nada de eso. Por más que se vea alcista la tabla en cortas temporalidades, no importa. Y ahí lo tienen, Tesla. Vamos con Rivian, como de que no. Para todos ustedes, a manos del maestro Alex. Segundo. You're back, sir.
Not too bad.
What?
Hope the sound's not too bad.
It is. It sounds like you're in a shower. It's okay. We're almost done. We got an hour to go.
Yeah, no, you're perfectly fine. If the audio is too bad, you can always just cut it early too. I can take over. Let's see some Rivian, because let's see what she's doing. Because now what we see is we're actually in a breakdown again, kind of like the same situation we were. Where was this? Let me go to the daily. Yeah, same situation we were here, where we wanted that $10. So similar zone. We see we've dumped. We basically have hit that $10 region. One exactly 10.05 though. So I want this zone to actually get hit before potentially maybe looking to go up again. Now that we've, kind of swept this liquidity here, you don't have to dump today. We could easily close like this, chop a little bit, maybe open Monday on a test of like $11.36 before going down to that $10.05 level. It's going to be a major zone on Rivian now. $10.05 is the spot. You lose that, you dump hard. I mean, that's just kind of been the flavor of Rivian. My next target, if you do lose $10, will be basically testing the all-time low. And then at that point, you have to really wonder if what we've been saying for months, which is very obvious, Rivian in a very easy downtrend on the monthly, going back to that $8 region would then be very questionable on the fact that we are possibly in lower high positioning. Is this just going to brew a lower low breakdown? So it's going to be really important here to see how everything closes into this month, April. I'm still in the camp that, yeah, we are in a downtrend. The trend is your friend. This low at $9.55 probably isn't safe. And I personally think that, honestly, Rivian is close to a bottom. I don't think it's going to go much lower. But I do think it can go a little bit lower. And so for me, it makes sense that $8 right around where the median is, right around where the low is. Lose that, you're going to go to $6. This is a very clean view, in my opinion. You lose the median, you get a technical target at to 38.2%. This can shift, obviously, but as of now, that's sitting nicely with my bias around $6.31 being the spot for Rivian before we either get a major bounce like we've seen. Every time we do form some kind of major low, we do get a bounce, or we just capitulate here, and maybe we do end up going a lot lower. But I don't think so personally. I think from where we're at now to where I wanted to go, that's pretty good. I mean, we're talking about still potentially a 38% move down. Maybe the hopium is we double bottom here, maybe at the median. That could work, maybe. But remember, most double bottoms and double tops fail. So, I mean, that, it's just kind of grabbing on the straws. Technically speaking, you're closer to breaking down. And the daily is already telling you that. As long as you're staying under $11.30, you are in breakdown posturing. So that's why, yes, we swept the liquidity. Yes, we're front running that zone a little bit now. But if this doesn't like churn green and get us back above here, it's noise. This is noise. It's not really until you start doing this where it's like, okay, then we can go up to that cluster moving averages around 12. That's a big zone. You wick above there, you are gauging the daily EMA 100, just like you always would have, which would be the top of this support channel. There you roll over or you reclaim, and then you make your way to the SMA 200, get above the SMA 200, you can move up to $13.70. Think of it like, a level. It's like, okay, you get back above $11.30. You can probably make a move back up to $12. Makes a lot of sense to me. Maybe a wick to like $12.30. 30-cent different from this cluster. Definitely could do it. But then at that point, you'd be gauging this EMA 100 because this rejection has told you it's resistance to be resistance. On top of that, you have the mean line resistance. You have all of this cluster here of moving averages, the 9, the 21, the 34. And the median. So you then have a pretty easy way of gauging if this is really going to be bullish or bearish, because when you have clusters of all very important things I look at on a chart being right around the same level, I look at that as easy trading, because now you have an easy easy rejection zone, and if you reclaim it, it's a big zone that you just reclaimed. You could then start going up. So for me on this daily, it first starts where? Well, getting back above $11.30, essentially taking out and getting a closure, not taking out, getting a closure above $11.36, or essentially this wicks high. If you get back above this wicks high, close a daily above it, that would look good to me for a move back up to 12s. Until then, though, this could close like this candle, maybe a hangman in the making. And then, maybe a Monday you open up, you get the move, and then bulls think, okay, cool, we're bottoming right here. We're going to SFP again. This worked out really nice. I printed good money on this long. I'm going to front run it because front running the long here worked really well. And then they do that, and then we roll over. And then, that's why all price action is not created equal, my friend. So, worked out well. SFP, You just front run the longs, you would have printed, you know. I do look at all these as like, I look at that price action as, you know, it's just the pre-steps of trapping bulls, because then when you start breaking down, you get complacent with these SFP, you know, plays that have been working pretty nicely. You know, you essentially SFP the green line, you long, you go up. So, you know, the first time it worked very easily. The second time it was a little harder, but in this consolidation, I'm sure people ran it and it paid really nicely. And then here what we see is, yeah, I mean, you just essentially little chop down, but you had some structure here on these candles. You got back above that zone, you went up. So for me, I look at that then as, yeah, if we rally up, bulls are going to be looking really carefully at this scenario to play out again. It's played out the last 3 times. But I do think now into this daily under this zone, we have now a greater potential of this actually rejecting. Okay, so then we see the median. Nothing to note really on this 5-day. You're just bouncing off the 38.2%. Volatility is starting to go up. Let me see here. Did it give us a setup? Yeah, slightly. I think it did. Yeah. So we're in that 5-day. We have a 5-day volatility setup now. This is firing off. This is now in the pre-stages of a breakdown. Now, we're not confirmed yet, so we lose the 38.2%. For me, I'm going to be looking at this as a probably front-runnable event of losing the zone if you start closing above or under this channel on the 5-day. So are you really front-running it? Maybe slightly, kind of, but you're still having an actionable trade setup based on a closing basis rather than a thought. So, I mean, most front run on a thought. We are front running because the daily is looking like it's about to break down. If this 5-day does close under like $11.30, I'll be looking at this as a bearish retest before we do end up breaking down. I do want to be looking again for potential short opportunity. Because we had closed our Rivian shorts here when we reclaimed the daily 9. You know, we essentially were talking about that. We didn't want the daily 9 to get reclaimed. Might have been here, honestly. Median, reclaimed, daily 9. We were short from here. I think that's what it was. We were like short from like $11.60, I think. So you had, I remember though, when I said this, that you could have closed your Rivian short because we did squeeze up. You still had like, you were up 2%, 2.5% from when we gave the short out. But this now could give us a short. In my opinion, it would be pretty nice to hold this breakdown zone into Monday. You know, you're going to get a lot of volatility. You wick up a little bit, fill this gap. Maybe we see this shift more down to like $11.80. We can then take the EMA 21 potential short on the daily. Gap fill, would want this to nuke. Or we're very bearish. This is going to very just like consolidate here until Tuesday, Wednesday, 5-day closes. We confirm this as a breakdown. We then come up, we retest, and then we break down. That to me just seems like what's probably going to happen. It's just consolidation into maybe Tuesday, Wednesday, 5-day closes like this. We then nuke. But could be wrong. And this definitely could just start going down. This 5-day volatility setup is very fresh and very powerful. I think the higher time frames had some interesting stuff too. We see here 2 weeks still at the lowest reads ever on volatility. Let me check weekly. Weekly is about to reset and give us a volatility setup. Very interesting to see that actually, specifically when you are losing the weekly 38.2% today. More confluence of this being a breakdown right now, currently. Possible reason for us to maybe look at shorting here and having a stop potentially. I don't even know. See, it's just hard. If you short here, your stop has to be on a closing basis on a lower time frame, in my opinion. You can have a stop here, but then what if you do just gap fill and then down before it closes? That's why for me, I do like foreign system sometimes in these environments, because when you're using it on a closing basis rather than a hard stop, because like a hard stop, obviously you could have one here, like on this wick high, just in case, hard stop. But like if like a 4 hour starts getting back above this channel, you could just cut your short, because your whole short idea is that the higher time frames are going to close and lose this channel. So then therefore, like the 4 hour, the daily, the 8 hour should reject this as resistance. You start reclaiming this and holding it. Yeah, why are you shorting this idea when it's telling you it's wrong? This short though could play well if you low leverage and as unresponsible as this is, like have a really high stop loss. So then that way, then if you do just like, the idea is you might, get a cheeky close above it. You just cut your trade. That way, then you don't get liquidity grab.
In those, I'm a big fan of DCAing into your short. So you start with a small position. Now, if that works and it runs, awesome. Like you made a little bit of money and no one's going to be mad about making a little bit of money. Of course, you're going to be like, fuck, I wish I would have made $1 billion. But, it is what it is. But if it keeps running up to that stop, like to basically that top part of the channel, dude, to your invalidation, if it keeps running there, you just keep adding. If you're like in a high conviction basis, right? Before you
no,
go.
exactly. And you have a gap here. I mean, or no, I guess
also
lower time frames, you have a gap. Let me just go back here. You have a gap here. So like, yeah, you definitely could go up. That's why for me, I just really, wouldn't want to see like, like $12.50 taken if like you got a major short squeeze. That's why. But for this trade, it makes sense just to take it on like a closing basis, wait. And you should always DCN. I don't like DCing, but it is smart to do it. It makes you have more control in your trade. When you full balls deep bang it on a short or a long and it goes against you, you have that mental comfort of knowing, I just can add. Oh, higher we go, I can add here, add there, and then you get that. And you're like, great, I'm so glad I didn't get stopped. And I just added here, and I added here, and I added here. It was stressful, but then it printed. So adding is very smart. And sometimes like Rivian specifically, she loves the dirty dance. So as long as you are staying specifically, I'll be more clear. As long as you're like closing, let's say 4 hours under this channel, to me, this could give like an easy short. Saw it similar to here. 4 hour lost it, 4 hour shooting star, dumped, rallied up, rejected, dumped. Only difference was that you reclaimed it on the 4 hour, you held it. Okay, you dumped, you formed a higher low, you reclaimed it, you held it, you went up. That's why for me, it's like, okay, 4 hour could definitely give the trade out for sure, which is basically based on the daily, which is basically based on the fact that the weekly is about to break down. So I'm using all the lower time frames to really kind of decipher where this weekly and 5-day are going to take us. But until then, I mean, you can't be bullish on Rivian when it looks like this. I mean, we're literally breaking down on the daily, and the weekly is now reset on volatility. Weekly, the 2-day is going to confirm this breakdown potentially. Obviously, we'll probably get a rally up and test the 38.2% wherever that goes, but then that rejection will be really key to us. We essentially lost the blue zone, rallied up, tried to test it. Once you tested it, the reaction's key here. You either capitulate down or, this was a trap and it just gets bought up. Here, you lost the blue zone, went up, rejected, came down, finally tested it. Once you tested it again on the weekly, straight to business. Here too, opened above it, boom. So like these weekly 38.2% are very powerful for Rivian. I mean, here, lost it. Already was down too, 17%. Into next week, down 14%. Next week, 3%. Next week, 11%. So it's like, we definitely, with this right now brewing this is something you need to really watch carefully because this could give a nice short. It just could. I mean, it's just the truth of it. So, that's all I have on Rivian. Let me check the 5. Okay, 5's at 1163. Interesting. Can't be too much data here. Ugly 2-month. That's ugly. It's turning ugly too. You can just see it's breaking down the 2-month. So 3 months. Damn, we've totally like come down hard.
Even just your monthly, right? Like that rejection of the 9, it's pretty evident.
Yeah. This is why, the monthly 9 is important. It's like
would have been a great short.
Yeah, it actually would have been.
Fucking Amazon.
The monthly 9 here with the meme line rallied up to the meme line. Boom. Only actually issue on that was it was actually not as clear because you reclaimed it here. So you would have been, if this had closed down here and we rejected the monthly 9, yeah, this would have actually been really easy. Rallies up, goes slightly above this meme line, hits the 9, ideally rejects. But I mean, we definitely went high, pretty high. We took out a lot of people stops here before the real move. This is kind of like what we're seeing in markets right now, like getting these liquidity grabs before the real moves in quotation marks, before you get like the trending move. Really, that's what I should. Oh God. So the whole history of Rivian, you've had 1 month of like one green candle on the 6th month. All the other ones have been red. Jeez.
But there's something weird because your screen's not moving from time to time. Like I see the numbers on the right change, but I don't know if you changed to the monthly. You've been on the daily for a while.
I've been.
No clue. Yeah, no clue why. But
that's funny. Yeah, it's
completely different from what we were looking at. I wonder why.
Yeah, that's strange. It's just streaming out. They're just screwing us. I was showing this 2 month is actually visually, you can see it's breaking down. I mean, it's just in a breakdown now. Yeah, 26 days was what we see on everything else. This is like really could start getting ugly on Rivian in this 2 month. You have this wick high, you have all the liquidity out. Now you have bears fully in control. 3 month as well. I said here what I was showing was like, yeah, it's like we held support here on the 3 month technically. And I just drew this. So like I didn't have this on, but I'm like, why not? It's very evident. Just put it right there on that closing. And it seems like we've been trying to hold this zone for a long time. But it's like if we can't reclaim these zones, you will get decisions soon. And then the monthly view, it's like, yeah, what I was saying was the monthly 9 came all the way down to that meme line right at 1230. I would have preferred into March this not closing above the green line, rejecting the EMA 9. This would have been a really obvious short to me then. Rallies up slightly above the green line, hits the 9, rejects. But, this was definitely harder because you would have essentially taken out the stops. I mean, yeah, unless you base it on 14. So it's a little more tricky, but yeah, because everyone was betting. I bet you bears were betting this was the lower high on the monthly. And so you would have your stop on that idea. This invalidated that, and then now we're coming down. So we are at support here at $10 slightly technically. I just drew it, so I'm not holding too much weight on it. But we are at support. This will be important. But like I said, as long as you are under $11.30 to $11.40, specifically on like a 4-hour or above, you are going to be more at risk of coming all the way down to at first $10.05. You lose that, you're going to then have a really aggressive move, I believe, to like $8. Probably gets a bounce. Rivian likes to bounce hard, so we probably will go all the way up to 10 again. And then at that point, we should roll over, actually capitulate down to $6, consolidate there, do some chopping action. And then at that point, this is like where I do think Rivian can then make its big move back up to like $10. And then this $10 zone will be very important for us to reclaim if we can. Okay, great. This was all just a bad dream. There's your bear market. There's your opportunity. Years have gone by. We're in 2026. Boom. All right. It could just be like maybe this year, early next year, just isn't the funnest. It's kind of ugly. It's really choppy. No one wants to touch Rivian anymore. But I'll probably be scaling here, in my opinion, because we essentially, and what you're going to start hearing my tone shift a little bit while we go deeper into these markets down is spot buys. I haven't talked about spot buys once on this since we've been streaming on YouTube. And there's a reason for that. I learned my lesson when I was a kid, buying in a bull market spots. When you don't buy your spot bags in a bull market at the top, that's what I mean. At the top, not in the beginnings, not like the mid, but at the tops of bull markets, you don't buy spot. You just wait. But in bear markets, when you're getting discounts across the board, when you're getting ES1 like this, I have to then start really wondering, are we about to get some like buying opportunity, right? I mean, EMA 34 on the monthly is usually a good buying opportunity. Usually a good buying opportunity. Good buying opportunity. Keep doing this because it just matches the
Along
thing.
with the 21 on the quarterly.
Wait,
Say it
you're
again.
what?
Along with the 21 on the quarterly.
21 on the
ES
quarterly.
Oh, or on Rivian?
No, the S&P.
Oh, I
Oh,
see.
and the S&P. On the quarterly.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So like right here, it's like you are approaching. I see that actually. That's interesting to see that because. But even here in my scenario, you would bounce off the quarterly median technically. You came all the way down. You hit that quarterly median. You haven't tested it since we broke above it. Kind of plays nicely with the monthly view, which is monthly comes, or what was it? The 2-month view, maybe? Sorry. No, geez.
The
I
quarterly. Or you were trying to match it with something else?
No, it was the view I had before I went to the quarterly. Maybe it was on. Maybe I'm tripping. Let me just see. Anytime now. Okay, yeah, no, I'm tripping. Oh, you know what it was? I was thinking of this on Rivian, where I thought the 38.2% was coming in on ES1. No, you're right though, fine. So like, the 21 is logical on the quarterly, specifically to sticking to higher time frames if we are going to go bear. For me though, I personally think we are going to find some kind of bottom around the 34. The 34 on the monthly is going to be guiding that. We lose the 34, yeah, we're probably then going to go all the way back down to like 4,500s. Technically, though, you'll have the target being 4,000. This could definitely play out where we just do this and then like something like that. Why? Because, well, I'm a simple man. Buying here was a good opportunity. That was just, major dump down, ugly. If you didn't buy anything up until this monthly 34, you had like, okay, you were red here, very green here, red here, very green, and then forever green. Okay, interesting. And then here you essentially had a major dump down, hit the EMA 100. Had you had scaled your spot buys, not leverage buys here, you would have been like 1 month down and then majorly green. Okay, interesting. Bought spot here, monthly 34. You would have been down and then majorly green, and you would have been green for multiple months. Like this was a good hedge to be like, yes, I'm going to be printing. And then here, EMA 34 on the monthlies tapped, majorly green. So essentially, it's like until you then lose the 34, you then go to the 100, and then once you lose the 100, you're cooked. It's like, yeah, you're actually fucked. Like that's your black swan. Like you're done. It's over. You don't touch ES1, even on an investing standpoint, if it loses that EMA 100. It's similar to like me not shorting Bitcoin. Once Bitcoin reclaims the daily EMA 100, it's like the same logic. You don't really buy ES1 if it's under the EMA 100. And like obviously this will recover. We know it's not a shit coin. Like this will obviously recover. So you could buy under here for spot, but like, where do you buy? That's the hard part to gauge. It's like you could obviously have like taken it. I love how I was not straight at the end of that line. You could have like, I guess gauged buys here, bought the SFP, but that still would have meant that you would have had to wait like 1, 2, 3. Okay, you got filled on 3 months in, 4, 5, 6, 7 months. Dumping 46% from that EMA 100 on the monthly. So it's very, very, very important that ES1 essentially does not lose the monthly EMA 34. We essentially see here this chart's populated from the 1997. So it's just generally been a good criteria. The monthly 34. When you're under it, you reject hard. And when you do reclaim it, you like this. I wish I was alive here. This just like was this was fun trading on. This first came like, damn, this was fun. Cause then you had like a major, double top here. Boom, boom, nuked, took the lows out. And then like you just could have waited for the monthly SFP. You got the very easy bullish retest, and then at that point, you were just like rich forever.
Boomers. That's why they're buying all the houses.
Yeah, you're literally rich forever. Like you just literally played an SFP play that made you rich forever. That is crazy. Yeah. 700%.
And that goes along with what I was saying just now in Spanish, that whenever it consolidates and it goes lower, where in that phase of consolidation, kind of like what he did on the first bottom, and then the second one was lower, that's when shit likes to explode to the upside. When shit's consolidating to the upside, that's bearish as fuck.
Because this is where you had people skill and max shorts on ES1.
Yeah. Because they're like, dude, you took down the biggest low of all time.
Right.
Say that again.
Accumulation versus distribution.
Exactly. Accumulation versus distribution.
Yeah, that's a good point, Faran. And so like this is, I don't even know how we got on ES1, but yeah, no, this would have been fun to trade. Like back here, like, I was born essentially here. This is when I was born, conceived. I was probably conceived here, but born here. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. That's
unfortunately.
Cool. Yeah, that's fun. Just would have been good money. Anyways, so let's go back to Rivian. That is what we're on, I think. Yeah. So it's just, God, this looks crazy when I don't zoom in. I hate when my chart looks like this. I just look like a dweeb, and then I have to like zoom it in. I'm like, okay, no, I promise it makes sense. So that's kind of it. I've been on this camp though on Rivian. $6 just seems like the spot. It's like, I hope it is. Really, I hope it is. That would be good clout. It would make it easy for us. At least then if we do dump, we just know like, we're almost done, right? At this point, people are going to be like, oh, it's just Rivian's about to go under. This is it. Don't touch it. It's done. Rivian, Tesla, like EV stocks are just dead. That's like a good sign when you're like at the basically 100% on the quarterly, at the extremes on the other time frames. It's a good sign to probably like, throw the dice. It should get a little bit of Rivian stock at $6. You're essentially discounting or buying. And I know I'm using that logic that I make fun of people, but really I'm not, because there's also TA involved in it. I'm not just buying because it's low, but if it does reach my level, you're essentially buying 96% discounted, which I guess isn't fair if you're taking it from there, but I will take it because it looks better. But I mean, in this range, if you do buy from there, you're essentially buying 56% cheaper. So that's, significant. It's very significant. And, I'm not just saying buy because it's 50% cheaper. No, we have literal logical setups that tell us that. You lose this $10.30 region, or call it 10.05. It's interesting how it's around the same region. You're going to get a measured move to the median. That's at 840. You're then testing this low. The idea being this is a monthly downtrend. Overall, Rivian's in a downtrend. You lose the median, you'll get the move to $6. My idea is you should get a major bounce there, is what I'm saying. And that's like 96, 98% discounted from the high. And you're also hitting the monthly 38.2%. Let's see when this has occurred. Okay, we lost it, so we didn't hit it. I don't want to hit in a breakdown. I want it in the blue zone, and then it hits, and then see the reaction. I don't think that's ever occurred. Here, rejected, boom. Okay, so we lost it. So it just didn't hold on this monthly, and then we just came down. There's actually never been a time where we've just played this range, held the bottom blue zone, and then went up. We've just lost it then. Interesting. You know what I'm saying? Like we come down up, we reject, we come down. We don't really base on the 30.2% on the monthly ever. We just break down. Yeah, interesting. So then, that could be another like side note on, well, maybe that doesn't hold. I don't know. Maybe we do go up to here 50%. So it's like maybe $5.50 to $6.50. Unsure. We'll know when we get there, I'm sure. So, until then, I'm just gonna be looking at this for like spot buys on Rivian. Do think certain things will be, on an investing standpoint, very, very good opportunities soon. Some are here, like I know Crown buys ES1 indices, anytime it's, I think, 10% on discount, you're buying it, 16% on
I
discount.
have
It's really
545 on Rivian.
on Rivian.
545. Holy shit.
Yeah, so that lines up then with like that 50% right here. So it's like, yeah, maybe we do go under the 38.2%, form a bottom here. But still, I mean, I won't be upset if I spot buy this at 630 and it goes to 550 and then bottoms.
Yeah,
I won't.
Because at the end of the day, spot, who gives a flying fuck?
Yeah, it really, even if you're buying here or here, really, who cares if you understand what you're doing? It does not matter. It's a time thing. It's time in the market versus timing the market. When you can mix too, then that's great. That's like you're doing good. It's hard, but ideally $6, $5.50 is a good spot to maybe start buying Rivian in the investment portfolio. At least I'll be doing that myself. So we shall see.
All righty. That was great. Thank you. Let's close this with Roblox. I know that you guys asked for gold and other stuff, but we already looked at that in the past few days. So we haven't looked at Roblox, and there's two of you asking for Roblox right here in the chat just before we finished. I'll get to Rivian though right now. Let's get it.
I can do gold on Discord later.
Okay. Thank you. And they're also curious about the euro because the euro had a big move to the upside on the dollar, which to me is
I saw it. That was interesting.
So those, and hang on a second. Oh yeah, I added to my. I actually opened another short, 85. I started at 83,550.
83,550. Oh, beautiful. So you basically have shorted resistance now.
Yeah, I wanna let me show you this real quick. Is it here?
Hourly EMA 100. Yeah, it's not a bad spot at all. That's where I would short right now. 83.5.
See, okay, so you're checking this out. This right here. So I use this right here, the 100, and I'm gonna go strong. Like not all my bag. My second entry will be here, and my strong entry will be here, and then I'll just fucking cut it if we go over.
Even if you hit that 200, you have just an SFP bearish retest play, which lines up with your diagonal right there already. So
that'd be fucking sweet. That's it's too easy. I doubt it plays out for me. But anyways,
who knows?
Yeah, let me be positive. Let me be positive. All righty. Estamos viendo Rivian, damas y caballeros, en la de una hora. Nadie lo debería ver así. Vamos a empezar en la mensual. En la mensual está Vini de Pitbull, que anda aquí atrás de mí chileando. Hemos estado, obviamente, Rivian en una caída potente desde su máximo histórico en $180. No puedo imaginar la gente que compró en $180. O sea, bueno, no puedes deducir, así que da igual, pero digo, si tienes dinero, etcétera. Pero wow, qué caída tan brutal. De $180 estamos cotizando en 11.22. El fondo que hemos tocado, el fondo más bajo, está en los 8.26. Y ahora Rivian está consolidando de lado, creando un alto más bajo, pero bajo más bajo, y bajo más alto y bajo más alto. Y la pregunta del siglo es, ¿qué va a hacer? Uno, estamos por debajo del promedio del 9 y lo hemos estado casi toda la vida. Creo que lo ganamos una vez y obviamente te da esos golpes altos, pero, pues, güey, se pierde, lo pierdes y te manda para acá. Esto quiere decir, estamos en una tendencia bajista mensual, no quieres meter las manos todavía en nada. Lo que hubiera estado fácil y volatilidad está en el punto más bajo de toda la historia en la tabla de Rivian, es algo que vamos a mantener un ojo en la mensual. Ahora, eso dicho, quiero ver dónde está el promedio del 5, también rechazándonos. El promedio del 5 es algo que más manejamos en Rivian, donde podemos ver que sí lo retoma un poco más. 1, 2, 3 consecutivos, lo pierdes en el cuarto. 1, 2, 3, lo pierdes en el cuarto. Pero por ahora lo tuvimos 1 y lo perdimos. Entonces, estamos muy por debajo de todos nuestros promedios importantes en Rivian. Eso nos consideraría ¿cómo se dice? Una vista bajista. Por la de 2 semanas podemos ver que también estamos por debajo del 9 y el 21, y cuando estamos por debajo del 9 y el 21 y nos rechaza, pueden ver que hay caídas bastante potentes, y es un poco lo que estamos viendo. Esto fue un SFP y ahora continuamos a la baja. Ahora, esto es importante, esta vela es una vela envolvente bajista, al igual que lo fue esta con confirmación. Esta, en realidad, va a ser la confirmación de la vela. Esta vela, de cerrar tal cual como está, debería la siguiente simplemente cerrar abajo de 10.36 y con eso nos confirmaría que esta vela nos va a llevar aún más para abajo. Así que tengamos y pongamos bastante atención en esta zona. Volatilidad está simplemente contrayendo al punto más bajo de la tabla, igual que en la mensual, así que vamos a mantener un ojo acá, mantengan un ojo en la volatilidad de Rivian. Semanal nos está metiendo volatilidad también de los puntos más bajos, preparando un setup, pero todavía no está por ahí. 2 semanas y mensuales donde queremos estar viendo, y ahorita va a meter a la trimestral para ver rápido qué es lo que estamos viendo. Otra vela envolvente bajista también en la semanal, después de una vela topera. Este sería la confirmación en este cierre en 2 horas y 48 minutos. Cualquier cierre por debajo en Rivian del día de hoy de 11.84 sería una confirmación. Esa confirmación nos debería de dar más movimiento a la baja, y es lo que estaríamos esperando en Rivian. Para adelante, voy a actualizar mi tabla de Rivian para que la vean como, para que todo se vea como igual. Esto hasta la madre que una tabla parezca una cosa y otra parece otra. 3 días en Rivian, 3 días en Rivian, tenemos una vela envolvente bajista, tenemos tu confirmación acá, además de que perdiste el promedio del 9, perdiendo el promedio del 9, el 21 tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, justamente que se dio acá. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Que el retesteo en los 11.70 va a ser una oportunidad, 11.68 del 9, una oportunidad para meterte en corto, en contra del precio. Esta velilla se acaba de llevar estos bajos, así que esperaría todavía que vaya a haber más bajos. La cosa es, creaste un nuevo bajo, a menos de que esto se lo lleve, que faltan, no sé cómo, 4 días y 3 horas para hacer esta vela de 3 días. Cuando te lo lleves para abajo, vas a tener aún más continuación en esta caída, pero donde sea, las entradas buenas están acá en el promedio del 9 para esos cortos movimientos a la baja. Diaria tenemos justamente eso con un mini gap acá en los 11.41, lo que no me sorprendería ver al precio de Rivian ir a los 11.41. Tienes una vela topera de nuevo en un mercado bajista. Esta vela topera tiene el fondo de esta vela topera fue 11.53. Si caes, cierras abajo de 11.53 el día de hoy, faltan 2 horas y 46 minutos, esta vela probablemente dé para abajo. Lo interesante también es la forma. Pueden ver la forma de esta vela, cómo está engañando a todo el mundo, que ve cómo estoy aguantando. Todo el cuerpo aquí abajo fue un engaño. Estamos aguantando en la misma línea de tendencia alcista que viene desde que tocamos fondo, por lo que debería de aguantar. Esto, damas y caballeros, en un mercado bajista es una trampa. En mi opinión, esta es una trampa, por lo que todavía no estoy ahí. ¿Qué más? Quería ver la trimestral. Volatilidad no nos está contando absolutamente ninguna historia por ahora, pero en las 3 meses que tenemos en volatilidad tenemos simplemente el DERP. Nada, no tenemos nada. Es justamente el problema. Y estamos muy por debajo del promedio del 9. ¿Dónde está el promedio del 5 en la trimestral? Potente rechazo del promedio del 5 en la trimestral también. Si estamos hablando de cosas bajistas, ¿qué más quieres, cabrón? Vamos a la de 2 meses. Igual en la de 2 meses se popula más. Sí, no tenemos nada en volatilidad. Pero también grandes rechazos. El 9 primero y ahora el 5, que nos continúa rechazando. Rivian se ve tostado, damas y caballeros. Se ve tostado. Va a continuar moviéndose de lado, en mi opinión. Va a continuar esta consolidación. No te va a dar ese fondo rápido. Ese fondo va a llegar cuando estemos cerca de la subida rápida. Esto es como el pre. Normalmente a Rivian le gusta agarrar toda la liquidez que puede. Cuando lo ves que le empieza a pompear lo más duro, es que va a caer más. Yo sé que suena contraintuitivo, pero es como puta madre funciona esto, no sé por qué. Y ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Alex. Bueno, lo caché. I know. I would do yours, sir, but your audio is fucking crazy.
Yes.
I appreciate you being there. Nothing. That we're ready for Roblox.
Oh, I see. Okay.
The blocks of the row.
Let's do that.
Damn, I'm already 15% up.
That's good. This is good. I honestly really do think that we're close to a bottom locally. I do think that we potentially can go a little lower if this level doesn't hold. See how we're kind of getting a bounce here? We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
For me, though, it's like, okay, let's go a little lower. Let's go to 4,950. Dow Jones on the 5-day. Let's hit the SMA 200. Let's just do it. I'll go here. Let me just let this load for a second. Boom. Let's lose the 100. Let's go to the SMA 200. That's generally big zones for Dow. On top of that, this next leg down, okay, crypto lagged. Maybe ES1 has like 5% more. This leg down is where Bitcoin does its leg down, and that is where it becomes dirty because, Bitcoin's still ranging and holding. If stocks do end up, specifically ES1 gets the next leg down from like 5,100 all the way down to 4,950, this move is probably where Bitcoin then goes all the way down to 69,000. The decoupling crowd get hurt. We do. Yeah, it's crazy that I even have to say this. Dow Jones and ES1 bottoms where we logically would expect them to. And for me here, it's around this zone. And then we potentially can make that mean reversion move up that we've talked about, where we can go up high. We then get the support off. We get the support off stocks bottoming. We get Bitcoin finally fulfilling our prophecy, finally going down, and then we can go up. And that to me just makes a lot of sense. And I'm going to be gauging that as a probable thing. And Bitcoin does break down today. Because if we're wrong, right, Bitcoin is holding. Bulls are horny that this is a higher low potentially, and stocks are looking like we're at support now, major support. I have to sit here and wonder, okay, are we going to bottom today on ES1? Like, was that it? Probably not. We're probably then going to go a little more down and actually fulfill the LARP line that I drew here, a few days ago, where we actually go to this zone and then bottom. And then I could see Bitcoin then having its next leg down, essentially. But, we could be wrong here if Bitcoin doesn't nuke today. I really don't want, this not to go down today, tonight. That's kind of where I'll be surprised if tomorrow I wake up and we're into the evening and it's still not broken down. I really need this to break down today, tonight. It'll make me feel better. Could make the argument stocks maybe bounce, possibly here. Maybe then Bitcoin bounces with it, unsure. But I mean, even on the lower time frames, like on ES1, not really seeing much of a sign of a bottom. You're just at mean line support now. So, you definitely don't have to hold the zone just based on that. And, you're losing the EMA 100 on the 5-day. That's significant. So that's kind of it. 5 days closing today as well. If you lose the EMA 100, yeah, you could make the argument we get a bounce from here. Could easily test the EMA 100 and then you nuke and go to the SMA 200. This though, SMA 200, EMA 200 is where I want to buy Dow Jones. So, ES1. Dow is right here. Yeah, 3,600. So Roblox for me, let's see what's good with it now. Okay, cool. Let's see here. Nice. So off the bat, we see this is a 5-day downtrend. Really nice lower high here. We have the lower low, so you should be gauging some lower high into next week. Potentially could come into, maybe we go all the way down to that SMA 200 around 50, 50-40. Find some bounce zone there. And then get the move up, retest what was support into resistance, get the lower high, and then come down. That would be shallow. Or we come down, we then move up, we reclaim the zone, we come all the way back up to the 21 and then form the lower high. So for me, it's Roblox now is looking like it wants to go lower. It's in a downtrend. We already have the lower low, so we shouldn't be shorting here. We should be gauging for some kind of bounce at this point. We just need this to close. Really terrible candle. This is disgusting, engulfing as well. You essentially are looking now at the closing. You're waiting for that on the 5-day. We can look, let's see how the daily maybe. Okay, so in the daily, we have even an actionable setup. So you're losing the EMA 200. You lose that. Yes, you could reject the zone at 53.50, make a move down to $50. But it's just going to be a little harder. It's aggressive because you have a gap here. You see the 9s right there. You see the EMA 100 right there. So that could play into the 5-day, possibly putting in the lower low, coming down a little bit more, getting a bounce, getting back above this zone, and then testing the dotted green line. Because what you're seeing is the 5-day 9 and the 21's all right around that zone. You have a gap there as well on the daily, and you are in a downtrend. So you it could bounce and it still would be just a lower high. This bounce could be like 12, 13%. It still would be bearish. It wouldn't do anything. Let's see if the HPDR can give us more of a bias on what could happen. Yikes. So even the 34s right there. Interesting. Huh, yeah. So like, you know, even if you do get this scenario, you just be testing the breakdown zone, which is the EMA 100, the 38.2%, the 9, the 21, the 5-day here, the 21, the 9, so the 50% makes sense to me. This is in a no trade zone right now. There's nothing to trade here. Rivian, I mean, Roblox looks really weak though. Really weak, actually. And technically you have, you know, next target being right around like $46.30 to like $43, $44 essentially, which I like this 2-month view. You lose, you know, you essentially deviate 53.50. You do go to the next meme line. We've seen that here, and that is right around that 38.2%. It's not a good look. Really not a good look. Hopium is that quarterly 9 holds. You know, that is Hopium. Quarterly 9 holds at that $50.
Or in a way, a great place to do another short.
True. Yeah. Bitcoin's there. Yeah, I mean, so really, you get the easy trade on the monthly after seeing everything. That's just my opinion. You essentially don't get chopped out. You wait patiently. You're essentially waiting for the monthly to lose the 21 and the 34. If you can do that, you bang the short here at like 53.50 on a monthly closing basis, and then you take it to like 36. That to me would make a lot of sense. You understand how important the monthly 9 is for Roblox in the sense that once you lose it, this is very ugly. And it's like you rejected it once and that was it. So like after I see the monthly, it honestly kind of eliminates the chop on the weekly, the 5-day, and the daily, like I was saying. Yes, obviously, all of everything I said was true, and we could easily go up to $57. I'd be looking at that as a short zone. But if you want the easy short, just wait for the monthly. That's it. Wait for all the moving averages like the 21, the 9, the 34 to deviate. Wait for the bearish retest of the 9 and then short that.
That's the key right there. Wait for that bearish retest. It almost always happens.
It does. And once you realize that, it really kind of makes trading a lot easier.
Yeah.
Because you just and that's why I like trading Bitcoin specifically, because I know it always likes to do that. Retest zone. Like for example, like, you know, why can I ever just get my
every
chart?
breakout? I mean, that breakout, like even at the bottom of the breakout, the bottom, which was the top at the 69,000, that broke it to the upside and then came back down. Not right away, but once you break there, you stop there. That's a pivotal point, right? Because you're making on the top of that.
Okay, here.
So right here, you're already at a point where it's telling you this is an important level because this was the top for that candle, the next candle, and some other candles, and he's grabbing liquidity there, and he can't pass that. So that's a big important resistance. Once you break it on the right side, on the red candle, and then goes back down, because that's what he did. It went up, and then it came back down. The back down was the one that you wanted to buy,
which was on the monthly 9.
Yes, so beautiful.
Once you bought that, it was simple. Very easy, and you were up and you made life-changing money. So like, you know, it does. And the reason I bring up Bitcoin again is because when viewing it on the weekly, this is where my head comes in. Very obvious major point in the chart here in this range. This was a range that we were in. We broke down from the range. We could just exasperate and go down. This plays into my lower high short idea. Takes all of the shorts out, goes all the way back up to 91, finally retests the zone. Everyone gets bullish. Everyone forgets that we're in a downtrend. And then we nuke, and we finally get the bearish retest. Because guess what? We always put them in. We generally always do. Always. All the time. Most times, I'll say. 90% of the time we do. So that's why I've been on the camp. Let's go to like the 65, 69s. And then we look for longs. We long that all the way up to the 90s, 91s. That's where we get our actual like major short. And then we have the liquidity to really go back down to like the 50s, the 44s. you know, like this could be it. And then you just do this for a long time. Everyone's calling for 30s, 30Ks, and then boom, you get out of there. So like, you know, that's kind of, this is my market idea. So like dumps to 60s, 69s, you know, 65s maybe, rallies up, hits 91s, max short the hell out of this. This is the 2021 high, like move. This is like, but we're not going to break this high. That's the difference. You're just going to do this. You're going to retest this zone, similar to like here, where we held this. We were in a range. We broke down. We never tested it, right? Broke down, came down, hit my like 73K target, but in this case, it was 30,000. We were calling it from 50,000. Major move up. First tap was a rejection, I will say. This rejected, actually, the first tap. And we did go down 21%. So, you know, it's like, it's not out of the question to do that. You never got the bearish retest here. This was supposed to be the bearish retest. This was the bull trap, the bear trap. We made the high. People aped shorts here, I guess. We just squeezed on the 21 on the 2-week and then formed the high. So, you know, Bitcoin can do that. It really can do that. It can go down all the way 50%. It can then rally 136%. And then it can dump 77%. So, you know, it's really not crazy to say that this is going to probably play out. Assuming we get the breakdown. Now, obviously, we could hold the 21 here on the 2-week and we bottomed and we're in clown world, get clipped for years to come. But, you know, if this does play out, we're one of the first people to talk about this scenario here. Bounces from the 60s all the way up to the 91s. Everyone's disgustingly bullish. We really go up big too and fast, like big and fast, dangerous combo. You know, big green candle. 1 month, you're already there. 1 month, you know, you pumped up over 30% 1 month. That's the idea. 1 month, you just bang it up. Everyone's disgustingly bullish. ETA is extremely bricked up to short 91s. We then do short it, and then we do get that move down. That's just like, that'll be insane. Honestly, I'm excited for this more than this short because this is just annoying. This is like the not fun part. This is when like the story starts taking place. You get the move up. It's like, okay, cool, boys, this is happening. We're long. You get the TP here. You short 91s. You literally stay there for a day. You nuke all the way back down to the 70s. You're massively rich, massively in profit, and then that's it. Like, it's just great. That's like how 2022 was. If you just played this downtrend well, understood Bitcoin's kind of psychology in it, you really were able to make a lot of money. I mean, like, you know, you took it down, you opened longs, you came up here, you shorted, you printed. It does like to do that. So that's all I have really on Roblox, Bitcoin. I'll summarize Roblox one more time though, but we just shot this. This essentially does seem like my bear market scenario. You know, so Roblox though, in summary, very bearish in my opinion. You have an easier trade on the monthly currently, and you're in no man's land now. Like, you're not really longing this, you're not really shorting this, you're just kind of waiting. You know, we're in a precarious spot, which is the SMA 200 should hold ideally, but with, you know, the environment that we're in with markets now, it's definitely questionable. So today it's going to start with, do we lose the daily EMA 200? Do we lose 53.30? If we lose those two things, okay, mentally noted, possible move back to the SMA 200, right? And it could look like opens on Monday, hits the daily EMA 200, rejects hard, SMA 200 tap. At that point, possibly, maybe this is it. This is where we would want to get that bounce to the gap, go up to the 57s, forms the lower high on the high time frames, makes its way to the 46. That to me could play out, and it plays the higher time frame. And also, you know, we have a long month ahead of us. It's still 26 days, so it could do that. Maybe it goes down to here, hits the 34. Finds a bounce. This monthly starts baiting bulls. We go up to like the 57s. This is like a nice wick, only for it to fill back out to the downside. And that's why I'm saying, like, you know, if you don't want to aggressively trade this like that, fine. Wait for the monthly. Watch and wait, because if this monthly really starts losing the 9, okay, cool. We have at least some setup where the 9's been holding this, you know, since we reclaimed it in June of 2024. You have the meme line probably shifts like there. You can rally up to the 9, hit the meme line. Maybe you get the easy short. Easier short will be when you actually lose the 34 and the 21. Because then at that point, you have major resistant zones rather than a meme line and a 9. You have like the 34, the 21, the 9, and the meme line. You come all the way down, maybe bang the short, could do something like that. Personally, $36 is the target for Roblox. I think $36 could be a good spot. You know, so $36 to like maybe, yeah, like $40. $40 to $36 could be the spot before we go up again. And that would be a pretty big dump. I mean, we're talking about from that point, 50% collapse. We're already down now 30%. So again, it's not the most absurd to see this. And remember, when we do go bear, Rivian nuke, I mean, Roblox. Rivian does nuke, but Roblox does nuke as well. Hard. I mean, 80% is terrible. And then you essentially had just like weird price action. Actually, now that I'm looking at this, you had like
It was super funky.
Yeah, you had just like a very shallow uptrend, one big push up to resistance, mega nuke. I bet you this is like somewhat quarterly lower high with this price action. Lots of things here. Yeah, could be. I mean, this chart literally is from 2021. So high, low, lower high, lower low brewing, question mark? Unsure. You won't know until you really honestly take this low out, but could be, because with this candle we had on the quarterly, this was an evening star. You'd expect evening stars to first form in an uptrend. Okay, shallow uptrend, but sure, whatever. On the monthly, it was fine. But the quarterly here printed maybe a lower high at resistance, filled this inefficiency. Inefficiency meaning whenever you just dump aggressively, usually just a lot of liquidities here can take it. And then evening star, next quarterly, you'd want this to be red. So it seems to me like this is topped. It seems to me like it seems like we could go to the $36. That's all I'm going to say. Let's see where the 5 is. Okay, so right around the 9. Okay. The monthly, anything? No? Okay. Yeah. So it all just depends on, like, you know, if I think 36, well, okay, we're in a range now. So it's like 45, $46 support, $53 resistance. One of these gives, you're either going to go up to potentially 57 to $60, or you're going to go down to $36. It's not crazy to say that, you know, Roblox does this. We were rejecting a lot this $46 region, and then we nuke all the way down to like, you know, at minimum $30. So we were in a pretty big range here. Roblox is very volatile, actually. I'm shocked at that. I did not know Roblox was this volatile, specifically to the shorts. Like, as a bear, this kind of makes me bricked up, because you see this, I'm like, this was just like free money. Are we getting the same thing now potentially, where we're just about to like nuke for like 4 or 5 months straight all the way down to like $36, $30, and we're at $50 now? Having that same mindset around here into this monthly would have really made you a lot of money. You came into this monthly like, yeah, we deviated, we've lost support, I need to short this, let me just try to scale shorts around the monthly 9. Yeah, you would have, you know, caught a 70% short. So kind of like the same idea. Ideally, it's like you're coming into this bearish, you're waiting for the confirmation. At minimum, could print a 30 to 42% move. It's not really until you lose $30 where, yeah, that's GG. You're going to 20s and probably a lot lower. $20 is, yeah, I mean, you'd be going down to like $14 probably. Yeah, $14 to $10. That's disgusting. So That's all I have on Roblox. You're essentially just waiting, watching the daily, see the daily EMA 200, use that to maybe play if you want to aggressively short. Wouldn't recommend it with the gap and what we know with boomers. They often like to fill gaps, but they don't have to. If they did, though, you'd be gauging potentially this as a retest of the EMA 100, retest of the breakdown zone, and then we break down potentially. So in my opinion, it's like waiting for the monthly is the easy short. The second easy short is this scenario because you have a better invalidation. Your stop can just be that evening star high, or even this one. You have two if you want to be more conservative, more aggressive, or you be really aggressive and just take the shallow daily EMA 200 short, just like this. And your idea would just be we don't take the high out of today. You're risking the gap fill though of getting stopped potentially. But if this does play out, you would essentially have your stop at today's high, and you could cut the trade if like lower time frames start reclaiming above $53. You start seeing the 4-hour holding 53. Yeah, probably get out of that then. No reason to make your life harder. So, and even the 4-hour, you could see that, nice SFP. Aggressive short will be the bearish retest. If you start closing 4 hours above 53.30, get out. Bearish retest invalidated, probably going to go back up to 57s. There you'll want to see the short and have your stop here at like 59.60. Either way, I only see Roblox going down. Didn't really give bulls much. I guess, if you start seeing, let's say, the daily close above $60. $61, it'll be a good sign. You're back into this range and you have potential to go up at minimum to 64 to maybe all the way up to like $67. Which is not too bad. But until then, yeah, this is on the edge. I guess I didn't even look at volatility. Let's just check at that. Nothing too much. You see volatility on the monthly was breaking out, expanding, contracting now. We're resetting. This is dumping. So the reset would mean that price would go down. Let's take a look at the weekly. I think this is giving you a setup. No, I guess not. Oh yeah, it is. So 15 is the daily. The weekly is in a volatility setup right now. So my target for that would be 48s to 46s, right around the 100. So I mean that just plays into the bias. Maybe a really aggressive short at the daily EMA 200 will pay. Maybe. I mean, because when you have a weekly volatility setup, generally speaking, you don't really stop. Here you had one. You didn't really stop when it fired off. You kind of just went up only in a very simple uptrend. So why wouldn't this be a simple downtrend, right? Lower low, lower high, lower low. It's like, okay, high, higher low, higher. Like I would have been saying this if we were here. High, higher high. We probably form a higher low here. Like that's a simple uptrend. So why can't it be a simple downtrend with the lower high right around here? Potentially. Roblox, terrible. GG Bears. And that weekly volatility probably takes us to the 40s. So GG.
Check out Bitcoin. I mean, just for yourself.
Wait, what's going on here?
It's little paparazzo right now. Come on, give me my next 10 treats. Just done. Right. Okay.
So 4-hour EMA 100's next. 84.4 is the spot. It's lining up right around that 84.2 resistance. Now you're at the top of resistance. Ideally, we don't take out the EMA. We don't reclaim the EMA 100 on the 4-hour. I've showed this before. Generally, the 4-hour EMA 100 deviation of either up or down leads to nice moves. Now we slightly front ran that SMA 200 on the 4 hours. So maybe Bitcoin does take her home and go up to like 84.8, 84.9. Maybe. Unsure. We can't disregard the EMA 100. While then also the 12-hour is about to hit the 34. 12-hour reclaim to 34 will be interesting to see then. You'll want that either to quickly get lost, because if not, then yeah, 87s will be next, which is right around that 100. So we're at resistance still, though, is my point being. But we need bears to really start showing up here soon, ideally, because both being horny on the higher low potential with stocks at major support now. So.
All right, they better get to work. Boys, thank you so much for everything. Mr. Farhan, I know you're in a toilet in an airport. We appreciate you.
I didn't know you were in the. That's hilarious.
No,
No,
it looks like it.
Oh, it does. It did look like it. I was like, that's dedication right there. Damn.
No.
That's some elite trading right there. Thank you so much for everything, boys. Anything else you guys want to add, say, look at?
No, thank you, boys. And weekends.
Safe travels. Have a great weekend. Enjoy yourselves. Thank you. Buenas tardes y hasta luego, señor. Ok, vámonos. ¿En dónde estamos? Estoy acá con mis bitcoins. Yo quiero 84,400 que pegue. Ahí tengo otra orden, solamente $300. No importa, vamos a cerrar esto con Roblox. Da igual mis pendejos trades. A huevo. Roblox. Básicamente lo que hemos estado viendo con Roblox es un poco lo que estamos viendo en todos lados. Pongo en la mensual porque no tenemos tantos datos, muy al estilo de Rivian. Salió en marzo del 2021, un máximo histórico en $141, un mínimo en los 21 y ahora estamos en $52 después de ver este tope por acá en los 75 y consolidar. Ahora, esto es, en mi opinión, bastante sencillo. Cuando estás en la mensual y estás por debajo del 9, estás empezando a entrar en peligro de un mercado bajista. Acá justamente donde tengo esta línea meme, y esta es la mensual, ahorita lo van a ver en los $54, va a haber una oportunidad gloriosa. Cuando esto, porque es lo que creemos, y ahora no tienes que esperar, no tienes que hacer nada ahorita y puedes esperar. Cuando esto caiga, va a tener que volver a subir acá, donde está el promedio del 9, y de ahí dar el movimiento fuerte para abajo. Es un retesteo bajista. Normalmente todas las tablas lo hacen. Todas. ¡Pum! Caíste hasta acá. No, ¿cómo crees? Bolas, güey. Todas las tablas lo hacen. Entonces, en este momento, justo acá es lo que estamos viendo. Vimos a Roblox que había tenido una muy buena subida y ahora, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo? ¿Dónde estamos parados? Desde el tope estamos simplemente 30% abajo. Ya es un lugar importante para comprar, pero esta caída fue de 80%. Yo diría que esto puede ser de entre 35 a 50% sin problema alguno. Vamos a poner tantito de objetivos. 35% nos lleva a 48, 50% nos lleva a 37. Donde, y por cierto, 37 en esta zona, esta es una zona donde literalmente me atrevería a aventarme uno de estos. Ahí. Este sería mi objetivo máximo. Ahora, ¿puede caer más? Sí, totalmente. Eso es simplemente una estimación, guestimación de tu tío Salo. Con eso dicho, déjame ver si hay un setup en la mensual. No, estamos contrayendo en la mensual. 2 semanas. 2 semanas también contrayendo en volatilidad, en lo que estamos viendo. Esto estamos justamente aguantando el promedio del 100, el 21 está siendo perdido y el 9. El 9 hubiera sido una gran oportunidad de corto, pero bueno, es difícil saber, ¿no? Y sobre todo porque cómo lo mides en esta situación. Por ahora tenemos el promedio del 100 aguantándonos en los 51.88, estamos cotizando en $52, pero en cuanto lo perdamos se va a acelerar la caída porque el 100 es mucho más importante que el 34 y el 55. ¿Qué nos dice eso? Una vez más. Ajá. Y ahora la pregunta es, ¿va a ser ahí o va a ser acá? Esa va a ser la pregunta del siglo para tus cortos. Y ahora, si vas a hacer un corto en esto, yo te recomendaría poner tu primera entrada acá, segunda entrada acá y una tercera acá. Y tu invalidación está aquí arriba. O lo puedes distribuir más. Y empiezas light, mediano y fuerte en el volumen que le estás metiendo a tu trade. ¿Por qué? Sencillamente porque eso te ayudaría brutalmente a promediar tu subida en el corto para cuando baje y ganarle lo más posible sin arriesgar tanto. Es personalmente lo que me gusta hacer. Es difícil verlo fallar, honestamente. A lo que me refiero que es difícil verlo fallar es casi nunca falla ese tipo de estrategia. Y si te falla, promediaste también para arriba que mitigaste tus pérdidas también. Entonces, eso siempre ayuda. Con eso dicho, vamos a la semanal. En la semanal me parece que teníamos un cero de volatilidad, correcto. Y este cero de volatilidad, puedes ver lo que está haciendo en... Bueno, Alejandro, puedes equivocarte en más cosas, por el amor de Dios. En esto, lo puedes tomar de acá o lo puedes tomar acá, lo que gustes. Es simplemente volatilidad apoyando el movimiento a la baja. Este es un setup semanal, lo que tiene que tener bastante fuerza. Nuestro S&P 200 una vez más en esa zona de los $49. no me sorprendería para nada, y quiero que vean Roblox. Esta línea verde es una zona muy importante para el precio de Roblox, ¿ok? Déjenme quito esta. Y me atrevo a poner una larga, gracias. Esta es una zona, la verde es una zona muy importante para Roblox, porque pueden ver que fue resistencia, ya nos hizo una SFP acá. ¿Esto qué quiere decir? Que una vez que llegues acá, instantáneamente, esto probablemente tenga una reacción fuerte. Y esa reacción fuerte te va a llevar o a hacer a un mínimo más alto, a un alto más bajo. La pregunta es ¿a dónde? Para poder tomar ventaja de esto. Por ahora, en la semanal también estás perdiendo tu promedio del 9, 5, 21, te están rechazando todos ellos el 34 y ahora vas a buscar 55, 100 y 200 que están todos en esta zona. De perder la zona de los 47, muy tranquilamente vas a ir a los 37 sin lugar a dudas rápido. De poder aguantar acá, esperaría yo un retesteo para poder crear unos altos en el rebote más bajos y esos altos más bajos poder tú mismo ahí es esta. Ok. Con esos saltos más bajos, ahí tu mínimo, retestear justamente la teoría de que ese va a ser un alto más bajo. No va a pasar estos saltos, no va a pasar estos saltos. Ahora nada es garantizado en la tierra, por lo que para nosotros es la oportunidad o acá, en los 58 o entre los 60, pero tu invalidación son 64. Así que simplemente calcula lo que quieras hacer. ¿Dónde sabemos que nos equivocamos? Una vez que te lleves los 65 a la alza, que es esta zona. Te llevas los 65, estamos equivocados. Esto simplemente fue esto. Básicamente un mínimo más alto, pero todavía no, y tiene cara de que exactamente va a venir acá a los 47, sin lugar a dudas. Bajista Roblox, vamos a verlo en la diaria. A ver si nos cuenta otra sorpresa en la diaria. Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, si no me equivoco. Sí, acá. Y ahora el retesteo de la 9, que es justo lo que te dio acá, hubiera sido la oportunidad perfecta para un short, ya viéndolo así. Obviamente, qué fácil. Sin más ni más, esto es literalmente lo que está pasando con Roblox. Lo estamos viendo en tiempo real. Vamos a ver rápido. El mercado sigue 4% para abajo. Nada mal. Nasdaq sigue 4% abajo. Dow Jones 3% abajo, Russell 2000. Este es el S&P más grande de toda la historia, ¿o qué pedo? No, déjenme se los enseño así. Había roto esta línea bajista a la alza, todo el mundo dijo, a huevo, hizo un doble techo y para abajo. ¿Saben lo bajista que es este gráfico? ¿Alguien puede comprender lo bajista que es este gráfico? Otra que me dio coraje no hacerle short, Coinbase, súper fácil. Ahora, siguiente corto en Coinbase, claramente 196. Lo vamos a ver, no les puedo garantizar nada, pero aquí es donde debería estar la próxima oportunidad. Debería rebotar si es que nos da esa oportunidad y dar continuación a la baja, porque ahí esa fue la zona donde se rompió. De no hacerlo y de que caiga de vuelta para acá los 118, yo diría que tu oportunidad va a estar acá porque ese es el 100 de las 2 semanas, justamente acá, en los 161. ¡Ah, qué coraje que se me fue! Coraje, porque lo tenía, pero súper presente. Rivian haciendo lo que tenía que hacer, por supuesto, dando esa finta de que va a cerrar el gap y no sé qué tanto. ¿En dónde estaba? ¿Era en la diaria? ¿La que habíamos platicado? Sí, exactamente. Cerrar el gap y después irse al culo. Todo el mundo piensa que esto le va a ir bien. No. Zona de retesteo para cortar, para hacerle corto a Rivian, son los $12. $12 para todos ustedes. ¿Qué más hay que sea importante? Buen pompeo de los Solamis. Los Solamis o van a encontrar resistencia acá o en 136. Digo, da igual. Total. Lo que yo diga es irrelevante para todo esto. Dólar encontrando ese fondillo por acá. Chido. Ok. Vale, damas y caballeros, lo logramos. Llegamos al final del show. Gracias a todos ustedes por acompañarnos. Como siempre, es un placer estar aquí con ustedes en el casino del tío Salo, del tío Alex, del tío Farhan. Nos vemos el lunes, por supuesto. Excelente. Para todos los miembros del E-Trading Academy que no pudieron entrar ayer a la clase en privado con ustedes, bastante buena clase, honestamente. Mucha información de lo que estamos viendo ahorita. Les recomendaría, si tienen chance, dénsela. Está en la librería, por supuesto. Y nos estamos viendo. Vamos a seguir mandando alertas a todos los miembros del servicio, etcétera. Con Toño de Valdés, señores. Les mando un fuerte abrazo, cuídense mucho y recuerden, fin de semana, si el fin de semana empieza alcista para cierre de hoy, probablemente continúe hasta el domingo siendo más alcista. Si hoy cierra bajista, domingo va a ser muy probablemente, obviamente son probabilidades solamente, un baño de sangre para todos. Pórtense mal, nos estamos viendo y gracias por todo una vez más. Pórtense